Das ist Tech Dueh. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Freedom Forum. I am your host, Yeo Guardsmanam. And here we just cut up, have a good old time, have ourselves a happy stance and what have you, where we voice the harsh realities of life, speak the uncomfortable truths, and guard our freedom. Freedom of speech is protected here. Welcome to America. And without further ado, I open the chat room to you. Also, this particular Freedom Forum, just like all, come on, computer. Fuck, I hate this crap. A second. There we go. There's breathe. Fuck me. There we go. So there's that. And here's the that. Come on, fucker. There we go. The link is pinned at the top of the chat if y'all want to come up here and just goof the fuck off, because that's what we do here at the Freedom Forum, is we have ourselves a good ass time and we just gotta but you know how it works. So as it were, I'm gonna jump right over to YouTube real quick and pin that at the top. And by all means, please filter in if you want. Stick around until I get back. I will be more than happy to bring you up. Where was I? Ooh, right. Here we go. And all of a sudden, like, while I'm doing this, of course, my crazy ass freaking, whatchamacallits, decide that they want to get in my face about it. The fuck? They restrict the one that says the fuck, but Ben & Jerry's Returns Freedom Forum does not get restricted. Holy shit. Sorry. I guess I need to go and figure out why I'm not able to see my live stream yet. So, well, we'll go. Scream! Damn StreamYard. So yeah, you're more than welcome to come up here into the box, hang out, chat. That's up to you. Like I said, welcome to the Freedom Forum. I am your host, Yeo Guardsmanov, and I will be goofing off for the next several fucking hours just because that's what I do. And that's what we do here. We kind of just cut up and have a good time. So, as it were, enjoy yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's true, unless you're a Californian, in which case, you'll shove a fucking light bulb in your mouth and a fucking plug up your ass and say it's a fucking Christmas tree, and identify as one. I don't know how it works, but whatever. Californians, man. I would almost say, barring maybe one state in all of the United States, that I live in the freest state in the Union because of what they have fought for. God bless Oregon again. My Lord. Whew. That's some strong. Put that off to the side. I only need one. So, yeah, as I says, y'all enjoy yourselves. This is the Freedom Forum. And we free to fuck around. This is what we call the Goofball Express, where I come from. Or what was another one that was? I think there was another one there that we called it, and I can't remember what it was. Not the Goofball Express. It was the Drunkard's Dance. No, although that is a good one. What did my dad call that? Freedom of Screech. We are now entering the Twilight Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, do not attempt to adjust your television set. We are in control. For the next, however the fuck, who cares how long, you are part of the Freedom Forum. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Twilight Zone. Ah, come on up, John.
How you doing, guards?
Hey, brother.
What's up? I'm out here in the woods.
In the woods, eh? That works for me. Shit.
Just saying what's up.
I appreciate it. So,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
what you doing lately? Like, welcome to the Freedom Forum, like I said. What you want to do today?
Shit, man. I'm just hanging out in the woods.
Works. Like I said, I literally live not 10 feet from the freaking woods, so I know what you said. I'm literally hanging out in the woodshed.
We got a delay like a motherfucker right here, brother.
Yeah. YouTube at its finest. StreamYard at its finest. Because it's probably because of the stream I already ran, where I was sitting there with, I showed off my air gun. Woo! Showed off my cap and ball revolver.
That's what's up.
and like, YouTube gets their panties in a bunch anytime they see something like Jan. So I was just like, whatever. Heck, StreamYard gets their panties in a wad. What? Oh, I think what happened was
I'm on a delay that rips my fucking wife's panties off, bro.
I know who this is. After you done said that, I know who it is. Took me a second, bro. Welcome up, Tomcat. Fucking giggle fest.
You know what's up?
Trolling me on my own. Oh my god. Oh my god. I got trolled by a friend. That's good though. Like I'm all good with
That's
that.
what's
Like
up from the cat.
yeah, dude, I'm all good with that. You got me trolled like on my own channel by somebody I consider a friend, so it's like I'm good with it, you know, whatever. That was a good troll. Well done. That one was an earned motherfucker.
Hey, I'm just gonna chill out and watch you from here on out. I don't think I should be on StreamYard, yo.
All right, what? They losing their minds, bro? They gonna kick me off because they kick you off? Think I give a shit? You ever seen me and
I'm gonna take my black ass back to the computer, yo, and just chat.
All right. I was about to say, if you ever seen me with cat without the hat, like, yeah, come on now. We are literally the people that make everyone else flee the fucking room. Yeah. Well, child. You might have a little bit of sensation there. Not talking about in the nether regions, but I'm talking about right there. Thinking. As I says, of course, I smoke like a chimney, I drink like a fish, and I cuss like a sailor. If that ain't gonna be good enough for you, well, there's the door. I'll let it hit you in the ass on the way out. Other than that, welcome to the Freedom Forum. Here we goof around, we have a good old time, we cut up a rug. Smoky our tobacco, smoky our herbs, and drink booze all fucking arounds. Cause hey, why not? World's gone to shit. At least I'm gonna die with a joint in one hand and a fucking beer in the other. Hey, it works. Dude, they are fucking literally, they're hitting me hard. Not just because of you, mind you. They are hitting me hard. I've got a lag for my phone. My side of everything. I've got a lag. I just saw your message. I've got at least a 30-second lag going here. So, if I catch up, if I see your comment and I mention something that's like along the lines of your comment, understand I'm actually talking at you. I'm not trying to be an ass about it. And no, I'm not putting your comment up here because one reason or another, But I still might put your comment up here. Just remember that when you come in here, that's how that works. In the case of Armageddon, grab camcorder, lawn chairs, beers, and brats. You know how it works, guys. You forgot a few things there. The camcorders, the brats, kind of need them. Hey, it's the last meal. A fucking excellent buzz to boot, and you're gonna have a blast at that last second. Just yeah. I'm just kidding. It doesn't work like that. I'm sorry. That was funny. That was fucking. Okay. This has to go up there because that's fucking funny. I'm gonna get banned for this, but I think it's fucking hilarious. That was funny. And it's the kind of truth that is is sarcastically or satirically true. It is funnier than hell, and you're joking in deadly earnest. In other words, it's like it's funny, but it's true, metaphorically speaking. Freedom for real talk. That's what we do here. That's the way as I talk about it. That's the way as I says it. There are only two rules in the Freedom Forum, and it's so that there is such thing as freedom in the forum. No bullying, whether on panel or in chat, and no pornography or pornographic links. That's the only things that's ever asked of anybody here. You can cut up, you can start talking about shit. You can be like, "Oh man, my dick hurts." Like, and stop fucking the razor blade hole. It doesn't bother me. What bothers me is if you come in here posting pornographic links, because then I got to take that down. Not because of me being like any against it. It just happens to be that YouTube's against it. So, and funny enough, here's the fucking funny shit of it. Just the other day, I found out YouTube was started as a dating site, y'all. If you didn't know this, it was started as a freaking nerds dating site. Mm-hmm. That's actually per the freaking creators of YouTube, the original creators of YouTube. Funny enough. Like, it's just supposed to be videos of you, everyday you, as you are, here on the screw tubes. And this is what you do. This is who you are. This is you. It's YouTube. And basically, that's how other people get to know you and whatnot, and you build relationships and whatnot. Da, 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 da. It's a novel approach. I'll give you that. But with all the extra special bullshit that Google put on there, because Google bought YouTube, well, most of YouTube. You see, this back when the transition happened, I had just bought stock in YouTube, and I didn't sell. I wasn't going to sell. I just said, fuck that. No. They said, you can either monetize your channel or buy stock in YouTube. And I said, no, I'm not monetizing my channel. I'm buying stock in YouTube. So I kept my stock in YouTube. And then YouTube came back and said, well, this is how we're going to do it. We're not going to let you monetize your channel unless you sell your stock. So then I said, well, oh fucking well, I guess I'm not going to be monetized. And then they came back and said, we're stealing your stock. That was about 2011. And they took my channel down that I had before, which was, if y'all don't know, I was the Bulletproof Roofer. Okay. This is back before I was guardsman. And so, I always used to link my the way that I wrote out my handles as being part of what I was expecting to do as a job at the time. Okay. So when they took down my other channel because I wouldn't sell my stock, basically so that they could steal my stock, in other words. And so that, Google could take full ownership of the platform. they took down my previous channel, which is the Bulletproof Roofer. Can't find it on YouTube anymore. I looked. The only one that I ever saw was a video of somebody talking about my old channel. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like it's really stupid. So anybody knows what a diuretic is? That's something that makes you shit, not pee. Okay, but it's still spelled as if it was something that made you pee. So it's called a diuretic. So DIAHUREA. Diarrhea. In case that you ever wanted to know how to fucking spell it. But otherwise, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. That, like I said, my mom was an English fanatic. My dad was a numbers fanatic, and so I got it pounded into my head, literally. That's not how you make an 8, boy. It's like this: circle on top, circle on bottom. Dad, watch. It's an 8. Yeah, that's what I went through as a child. You think that's bad? You think that's bad there, Tom? Hey, do you think that's bad? Let me point something out to you, brother. I was in the Utah State Spelling Bee. Imagine a kid with dyslexia, really bad dyslexia, in the Utah State Spelling Bee, who also happens to have a stuttering and stammering problem because of the dyslexia. They stuck my ass in special ed, even though I had literally learned calculus by that time. Just saying, man. Like, you know, I'm probably the one guy that didn't belong in special ed that got stuck in special ed. Just because I didn't have a learning issue. I wanted to learn. That was not an issue. I wanted to learn. It was a matter of, you know, I read use as Isu. The only number I could read properly was 101. Literally. That's why prime numbers are my favorite. See, I am what they call metroslexic. Numbers on a page of math problems, they run around on the page. Like, for instance, if I'm doing algebra, fucking heaven forbid, if there's an I in the logarithm, the eye will run around and shoot the little dot at the other numbers. No, it's not a hallucination. It's an imagination thing. But the problem is that even though it's in my head, and I know it's in my head, all right, it makes it difficult for me to sit there and actually buckle down and do the work because my imagination's making this little fucker thing run around and shoot the little dot at the different numbers. It's kind of fucking stupid. One would actually do cartwheels across the page in my mind. Not actually visually on the page, just in the mind's eye, it's sitting there doing backflips across the page. That's metroslexia. That's where you literally can't fucking do math. Imagine how much of a struggle it was to get past that shit to learn calculus. Mm-hmm. There, good. Have you some Grange? This is tobacco. You got that anyway. So I'm just have you some Grange. Pardon. What a anyways. Whoa. I need to stop eating chili. I'm still kind of stuck on. See, there it happened again. My dyslexia getting all the better of me. I'm not bullshitting you now. This is real. This is not. I don't just get merds mixed up. McWords kicked up. That's what I was about to say. It's that bad. That's how bad my dyslexia is. It's like most people wouldn't even be able to even get through first grade with how bad my dyslexia is. They thought I had ADD. That's the going thing about my history. So they stuck me on the wrong fucking medications in the first place. And then misdiagnosed me in a cascading effect until I was 18 years old. Turned around and showed the motherfuckers that it's not the problem. And here's the solution. Mm-hmm. See the yoga girls here on YouTube. Yes. Adderall. At one time, along with imipramine, Depakote, lithium, what was the other one? Dextrim. Fuck, I can continue just to count them for days. I bullshit you not. These motherfuckers misdiagnosed me as a fucking 4-year-old. So when it comes down to it, and I say, that the mental health profession is completely and utterly fucking inept, this is what I'm actually referring to. I had dyslexia. I said that I can't read it because the words keep running around on the page. And the fucking psych doctor thought I was talking about a hallucination. So I went with it. I mean, if you're not going to listen to me, then why the fuck do I talk? Basically. Yeah, young, whatever. Do your own fucking thing. That was what that's... We're serious. That was that's why all this happened to me, because I finally just gave up. I fucking said, fuck it. Why fight people if they won't let me fight? They won't let me fight for myself. I was bullied all through school because I was dyslexic and metroslexic. And yet was the smartest motherfucker in the class. Because I literally forced myself to learn shit. You know? I forced myself. Everybody else in the school is like, what the fuck ever? I already know how to do all this shit. So why the fuck bother? I, on the other hand, forced myself to learn all this shit, turned around and did all the fucking tests off of my memory alone because reading the shit made me fucking go cross-eyed. And then they turn around and they say, oh, well, you know, there's no way that you could have been that smart, so we're going to say you cheated. How the fuck do you cheat on that test, by the by? It's fucking graded with a goddamn computer. But, you know, I digress. Shit like this. This is why I turn around and I says, you know, I don't trust the fucking mental health profession. I don't trust my government. As a matter of fact, I don't trust my government as far as I could throw the top-heavy son of a bitch. And that's saying some shit because, motherfucker, I can't throw for fuck all right now. I mean, I can, but you try throwing around that. It don't work. So it comes down to a situation of I dealt with the school. No, it's not easier to read. It's actually harder to read lit speak than it is to read regular writing. Funny enough. For me now versus when I was younger, maybe when I was younger, I probably could have read lit speak a little bit better. But now I can't read lit speak for anything. I cannot look. It literally looks like terse speak to me when it's being written instead of lit speak. In case you didn't know. Yeah, I can read lit speak, but I just it makes me have a fucking migraine every time. That being said, I don't begrudge anybody for trying their own thing. Okay, if it helps you out, then it helps you out. Fine. It does not help me out. It made it worse for me. Because I got on the interwebs and I was like, what the fuck is that? Well, if I know who they are, I'll tell you. Otherwise, I don't know who they are, so I couldn't really even comment on it. But I'll try. I'll try, Frank. But yeah, the dude, Vic Freeman is Sparta. All right, Tomcat, I recognize that. I'll end up, you know, if I haven't already, I'll end up giving you a blue suit in a sitch. But I'm just trying to respond to Frank's comment. I don't think I've heard of Vic Freeman. Maybe I have, and I just don't know because they go by a different handle instead. You know, that's their channel name, but their handle is a little different. Like, my account name is under, funny enough, the Guardsman Nom account, but my channel name, funny enough, is Blaine Price. My actual name. So, like I says, I look. If he's trying to start community, that's right there is a big deal for me. That's one of those like, hey, good on you. That's what I've been trying to do myself with this channel. You know, just basically keep a community together that we started several years ago. You know, we all came together several years ago and was like, you know, we can all just kind of hang loose and enjoy, because, you know, one, the host was fucking phenomenal. But two, the whole premise of the channel was that we embraced dangerous freedom. We would rather have dangerous freedom than peaceful slavery. And, you know, brother, rest in peace. He's no longer with us, but he brought together a community which I'm still trying to hold together, and a lot of us are still trying to hold together. So I extol anybody who's trying to build community, even if it's the sovereign citizen crap. All right, look, I used to pay a lot closer attention to Jeff from Here's the Deal back when he was High Impact Flicks. So yeah, no, I've been part of all of that. It's just a matter of I think that idea is going to get you in a lot of trouble, and it's going to get you hurt. So that's why I don't take part in it anymore. It's just, you know, still good on you, and thank you for creating community. And yes, rest in peace, Ron Carter. I'm trying, brother. I really is. I wasn't able to pick up your rifle, but that doesn't mean I didn't pick up a rifle and carry on the charge. So, yeah, I'll see about it. Check them out. So let's see here. Name is Vic Freeman is Sparta. I'll have to check him out in a minute. In the Menentide, since for one, you had somebody vouching for your ass, but more so because I just got a wild hair up my ass today. Frank, welcome to the guard and welcome to the fold, brother. Please treat your Class A's with appropriate care and enjoy the Freedom Forum. All right. So now that's taken care of. Oh, I hope not. I hope that someday I'll know how much you appreciate that. You know, here there's a lot of times when we have trolls come flying through here and they decide to no, I don't mean that, Frank. You know the rules. It's the only two rules that keep this thing going. Everything else may go. Everything else must go. You know, everything else may fly, in other words. So it's a situation of we have trolls come through every now and then, and they try to shut down the channel by just spam blocking the chat and shit like that, and trying to fuck with everybody. And that's what I mean by bullying. Okay, you're bullying others from speaking their mind and their piece. That's what I'm against. I'm really fucking against that shit because, I hate the fucking screamers outright. The ones that sit there in the middle of the fucking road and they go, we gotta stop oil. Ah, ah, all that fucking bullshit. No, fuck that. That shit the fuck out of here. Everything else may go. Yeah, no. It's one of those. There's a good chance, Fortnite trolls. Oh my god, they're the worst. Because they do that DDoS shit, and you know what's fucked up funny? Is when they do that on my channel, we have Whack-A-Troll. Here on my channel, the Whack-A-Troll destroys the trolls. It makes it so that the DDoS attack is actually negated in the moment. Yes, they are AIDS on a Greyhound bus. You're right. Oh, God, I hope not, cuz. I really hope not, but, we already had one dipstick fucking fly his truck through a freaking border crossing, so, I don't know. I mean, not his truck. I think what did they say it was? A Kia Soul or some shit like that? I don't know at this point. I don't care. To me, if you're stupid enough to literally go and say, the Aloha snack bar bullshit and drive your ass through a freaking checkpoint and end up engulfed in flames, you deserve the Darwin Award. That inevitably comes with that. I've actually had somebody ask if I was gay. I said, nah, bro, I'm straight. Doesn't mean I'm against gay people. It's just a matter of, no, I'm straight. Really. Oh, DDoS. Dedicated distraction or diversion of server. So basically it's, a whole bunch of people come in and they flood the server to the point where the server itself can't take the amount of traffic, and so it shuts it down. It shuts it down immediately. Unless you manage the traffic. And that's why one of the people here is actually two of the people here are actually super mods. They have the ability to slow down the chat if somebody comes in being a dickhead and going just fucking posting a wall of script after a wall of script after a wall of script and says nothing in it. By all means, take them the fuck out. You're allowed to, sit there and I think, what was the limit? Up to 15 emojis in order to use emoji speak. You can use up to 15 emojis. Just don't spam block the chat with, nothing but one single fucking emoji, because that's going to end up getting you blocked. That's how that works. So, that's what the Whack-A-Troll is for stopping a DDoS attack. And those of you who have partaken in a Whack-A-Troll game, now you know what you were doing at the time. You were actually actively fighting a hacking attack. They were trying to hack into my stream and get it taken down. So, get it stopped, get the server overloaded so that the server was not able to handle the amount of traffic. Because I get stuck on one of those small little tiny ones. The ones in the back that they have half of the freaking modems even running in the damn thing because the maintenance guy just couldn't do anything. Character matters. Salute, brother. How you doing? Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. One of our friends, the one that I was speaking about, that used to have the Dangerous Freedom channel, that's where all of this started. We got DDoSed really hard, and it shut his entire stream down to the point where he couldn't even get a word in edgewise. And so the next day, he came up with this particular concept. Everybody's mods. Everybody is fucking modded right now. Everybody's modded that is supposed to be here. And then if you come in, you really, all you have to do is act like a real fucking solid motherfucker. And you know, and in all reality, they even tried using that to their advantage, but it didn't work out because, you know, you, as the channel owner, we can take a mod real fast. So we shut that shit down. And, you know, ever since then, we didn't have so much of a problem at Ron's, even though because of that attack, you know, I kind of went a little bit pit bull on that one. But yeah, dude, no, I'm gonna say some things that are going to fucking offend you. I guarantee it. Because let me put it this way. What is the number one way to offend someone on the internet? Starts with an O and ends with an N. Have an opinion. See, if I have an opinion, which I'm very fucking opinionated, it's likely to get somebody pissed off. See, Tom, the only thing that I would put past you is courtesy. I'm just fucking with you, brother. I know you're all right. I don't know. Let me put it this way. I offended my mama. That's a hard thing to do. If you don't know nothing about my mama is a catechist, a Catholic lector, somebody who literally dedicated her entire life to the church in lieu of her children. So to offend my mom takes a fucking lot. It literally takes an act of God in Congress. So, and I mean that, like, literally, the only things that piss her off are Congress and Trump. Oh, so yeah. Have a good one, Stan. Right, Tom. But that's my point. Like, you're one of those people that's just, you know, you're a chuckle fuck like me, and so you have a good time with it. You know, it's hard to offend somebody like me. Now, don't get me wrong. When it comes down to my politics, I'm real staunch in them, just because they weren't always my politics. For a long time, they were opposing to my politics. And then I found out that, you know what, common sense dictates. I was a dumbass as a young man. No, as a child. As an adult, I kind of reversed that shit. I put the kibosh on my bad politics, and I turned around and I was like, wait a minute, you know, common sense, logic, and reason. I'm not on drugs anymore, so I don't have a fucking excuse, shit like that, you know. Are you kidding me, Tom? Dude, talk about some sick shit. I've got a fucking morbid sense of humor, man. I made a joke at my fucking grandma's funeral. I mean, come on. Literally. I made a joke at my grandmother's funeral. When you want to talk about fucking morbid shit, I mean, yeah. I have a fucking morbid sense of humor. Oh. Let me put it this way. I look at a fucking nuclear holocaust like the Great Reset. Basically, well, it ain't gonna be a human problem anymore. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I got a fucking, I've got a morbid fucking sense of humor. So yeah, I'm a dastardly bastard. I still make jokes about my dad, who has now been dead for 6 years. Funny enough, his name was John. And one of our family names is actually Smith, so haha, funny, joke's on you, but I'm into that shit. So, yeah, you know, I fucking laugh my ass off at some of that fucking morbid shit. Really. Like, you think you got no filter, motherfucker. The only filter I've got is around children. And that being said, you ain't gonna see that on the internet. Swear to fucking God, I ain't got no filter on the internet. This is my opinion, motherfucker. Like it or get the fuck on. It's just like that, you know. But no, I'm not saying that you have to like it. I'm just saying, you know, that's my goofball ass attitude. You know, I don't have a filter on the interwebs. I will tell you what I really fucking think. And if you don't like what I have to say, well, it's really not my problem. I mean, my outlook on it is I'm just going to explain it how I logically and rationally look at it. So really, if there's a problem with it that you can find, and it actually has logic and ration behind it, I will listen to what you have to say. But yeah, no, I'm a goofy ass motherfucker. I say all sorts of shit that just like, wait, did that motherfucker really say that? God damn it, dude, you're a fucking idiot. You know, shit like that. Like, I've actually had people tell me, like, right to my face, are you sure you mean that? Oh man, if it wasn't for the comments being updated all the time, like if you went back there, like even in the Wayback Machine, but for that matter, you know, if you went back there and you looked at some of my old comments from way back in the day on some of these videos out there, you'd be like, all right, I know the guardsman on, and this doesn't fucking make sense with what he says now. Dude, I know. Right? Which brings me to another subject. I am 35 fucking years, I'm 36 years old. Okay, I'm 36 fucking years old. My life is half over. A life sentence is becoming less and less of a deterrent to me. So when people says, you know, do not piss off an old man because a life sentence is not as much of a deterrent as you think it might be, I'm getting there, Hoss. Yeah, I look, if you looked at my life, you'd be like, dude, how are you not a fucking world-class comedian? And I'd be like, well, that's very easy, man. I'm so funny looking that people can't even stop laughing at my show long enough to see my face. I mean, it's long enough to hear my jokes. And I've got a bad stutter, so that also makes it way worse. So instead, I just come into the auditorium and I'm like, why so serious? Yeah, I freak people out instead. I know. Like I said, I'm so funny looking that they can't stop laughing long enough to hear the jokes. You know, my mama, she walked into the room the other day and she goes, "You're so funny, Blaine." And I go, "What?" And she goes, "Yeah, if you're really funny." I'm like, "Yeah, Mom, but looks aren't everything." She's like, "Don't say that." I'm like, "Why not?" She's like, "Because it means you're calling me funny looking." Oh, yes. If you didn't know, I grew up in a half liberal, half country family. Okay. One side of my family is like super liberal, and one half of my family is so fucking country, it's sickening. Like, let me put it this way. My second cousin is also my first cousin on my daddy's side. I think she's still alive. And my granduncle is also my uncle on my dad's side. Yeah, it's fucking country, son. No, on my mama's side, it's um, literally Californians and New Yorkers and a couple of Floridians and a few who are still in Italy. I think like two or three who are still in Italy that have families now. So I don't know how big, but you know, that's my point though. I'm your urban hillbilly. I'm your suburban hillbilly. Hell, I am your fucking city folk hillbilly. I'm what they actually call ghetto. I'm what they used to call a ghetto white boy when I was living down in LA. And funny enough, I'm actually pretty far from being white. My mom was Italian, and yeah, there's a little bit, there's the smattering of English, Welsh, Scottish, Irish, and Dutch there. Oh, and German. And then on my daddy's side, there's Polish, Native American, Irish, maybe a little bit of Scottish, possibly Russian. Not sure, but way the fuck back there. All right. My dad was what was it? Third generation Cherokee. So yeah, I'm fourth generation Cherokee. I'm what you might call, like my cousin says, I'm what you might call an educated redneck. Woo! Damn. Paddle faster. Why? I hear banjos. Oh my lord. But just so that y'all is understanding and clear, my grandmama come from Arkansas, specifically Camden, Arkansas, and my grandpa, I believe he was raised in Mississippi, and when he joined the U.S. Army Air Corps, he went to New York, Buffalo, New York, and then moved from there to just outside of Caribou, Maine. And that's where my dad was born. And then they moved back to Gulfport, Mississippi, where my granddad grew up. And then they moved from there to Rhode Island, where my granddad was stationed for a short time before changing branches and going from the Army to the Navy. Or sorry, from the Air Force to the Navy. He was in the Army Air Corps right at the end. And then he went over to the Navy. See, he was about 19 when he joined the Army Air Corps. Then was became the Air Force, and then that he went and he transferred over to the Navy and became a Navy Seabee. And then he turned around and served in Korea and Vietnam. My granddad was born in 40. Well, no, they say he was born in 40. That's what my mom says, is that he was born in 42. Unfortunately, my grandmother's no longer around to be able to contradict that. But the last time I talked to my grandmother, he was born in 1929, not 1940. 42. When I asked my grandma, she said he was born in 29. So, of course, my granddad died in 82, 83. And everybody thought he was 46, but because he didn't have a direct birth certificate, because birth certificates back in the day used to get destroyed really fast, they couldn't prove when he was born. So they thought he was 46. He might have been 56 at the time when he died, which would mean, looking back down, the line, that would mean that I'm either going to die at 83 or 56, because my dad died at 58. My great-granddad died at 83. I was 3 years old when he did. He actually outlived his son. Years of hard living, Agent Orange, and all that other horse shit. So, yeah. That would be my granddad. He fought in Vietnam. He was a Navy Seabee, built the freaking the barracks on Dung Island, and helped defend those barracks when they were attacked during the Tet Offensive. I don't know if my mom left my granddad's combat action ribbon and all of his, his charter here. Otherwise, I'll show that to y'all. It's all there on his charter. There's one from World War II, which, if he didn't serve in World War II, there shouldn't be one of the combat action ribbons from World War II on his charter. But I digress. There's also Korea. There's also Vietnam. There's also a bunch of other actions. There's an Antarctic commendations ribbon. He got a Purple Heart for wounds sustained in Vietnam, and he got a Purple Heart for wounds sustained in Antarctica. He shot his knees all to shit in Antarctica. And he got a Bronze Star in Vietnam. Now, if any of you know about there's actually a book that details in one of the chapters, it's specifically the one about the Tet Offensive, the night of the Tet Offensive, and all that happened to the Navy SEALs at the barracks there. Lieutenant Commander Young of the United States Navy SEALs literally tells my granddad's story without mentioning my granddad's name. My granddad was the Navy Seabee who sat on the either it was a 20 millimeter or a 50 caliber anti-aircraft machine gun, returning fire at the Viet Cong, and was wounded in action and still stood on that motherfucker for 4.5 hours while the SEALs got their boys out and the Seabees got their boys out. He stayed there on that freaking thing until he melted the barrel. That's what got him the Bronze Star. So, when I say that my granddad was a fucking war hero, I'm not joking. Okay. Yes, you are a sick bastard, but hey, so are we all. Beckley. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I thought that Loc Tong was the closest city, but it might have been something else. I could definitely very well be wrong. I did not research Vietnam as much as I did World War II, because the action that my dad and my granddad was in World War II was actually pretty fucking interesting. Right at the end of World War II, mind you. Right at the fucking end. He wasn't in it for very long. I found that out. Hmm. Well, that's the thing, though. She's your girl, so I wouldn't be sharing that if I was, I'd be a little bit jealous. I'm sorry, not sorry, but I'd be like, no, keep, hun, go put some pants on. Oh. But no, that's just who was I would be. But I digress. Anyways, I was talking about my granddad because of the things that he did, and he was my main inspiration. Yes, my uncle Russell was also an inspiration. I mean, my very first thing that I wanted to do when I grew up, when I was a young man, was I wanted to be a Navy SEAL. Found out how hard that was, and I really started working for it like a son of a bitch. And then, I met my Uncle Russell. I was probably about like 4 or 5, maybe 6 years old. And the man got me impressed with the United States Marine Corps. And then, I was like, all right, well, if I can't make the SEALs, at least, there's the Marines. And then when I turned 18, because I went through a whole bunch of other phases before getting to that point. But when I turned 18, I went back and I said, all right, I'm going to go and try and sign up with the United States Navy. The Navy recruiter basically told me, dude, you will not fucking exist. Your family will not be compensated. They won't even get a fucking flag. You don't goddamn exist if you go into this particular field. That's why it's voluntary, and that's why it's, mandatory that we have to take you into it if you volunteer. I said, well, look, I'm all for fighting for my country. I'll kill the other guy for my country. But in the event I die, you just basically straight up disavow me and then, disavow my family and fuck them all. Seriously, I'm not going to do that. I won't put up with that. So I didn't do it. And so I went and I decided to try and join up with the Marine Corps. So I went and I did the Marine Corps. I went and I did the APFT actually, and I passed it by a fucking slim margin. And so my next thing was to go to do the ASVAB. I went down and I sat there for several fucking hours doing the ASVAB. And the guy next to me, he says, dude, if you can't do a problem, just skip it. And I said, no, you don't understand. Every single fucking problem is important. Even if you answer it wrong, you still have to fucking answer it. And he goes, no, that's just a lie. And I'm like, how the fuck would you know? And he goes, dude, watch, I'll just sit back and do nothing. I was like, okay, whatever. And so I sat there and I still did the ASVAB shit. And then lo and behold, come set to do whatever. The Marine Corps somehow found out about my childhood history, which was, I was in a lot of fucking loony bins when I was younger. And so they said, well, you passed the ASVAB, you passed the APFT, but unfortunately, we cannot take you on in the United States Marine Corps. Perhaps you might try the United States Army or the Coast Guard. To which I fucking lost my shit and I walked out and said, fuck you guys, I'm going home. I pulled the Cartman. And then, probably about like, I don't know, 7.5 years later, I was like, I had, after joining up with the Marine Corps was not a possibility. I went and I actually set up with the militias because I wrote into my draft card, my selective service. There's a few options for the check boxes, and then there's other you write in. And this was right at the point in time where they stopped doing the Minuteman on the card. I checked the other box and wrote in Minuteman because, well, fuck it, So I went to, I joined up with the militias. I went and I trained with a couple of different militia groups. And then 2010 rolled around, and basically they were ostracized by the Obama administration. So I went and I didn't train with them until 2010, 2011. But just having joined one, in 2008, they ostracized the fucking militias. And so now I was like, fuck it, I'm really going to go hardcore with this. And I went and I trained with the militia. So when I was 25 years old, this 2012, I came back and I was, from all of that other shit. And I was like, okay, well, no, I'm going to go and sign up with the Army because, I got to legitimize my fucking service somehow. I got to make this work. So I went to the Army. I went to go and sign up and all that shit. And they're like, all right, well, here's your paperwork. Go down to MEPS. You have to be there by New Year's Day. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I said, okay. I said, if you don't make it, then we're going to have to start the whole process again. I said, fine. I went down there and was staying at my brother's house, which was just down the road from the MEPS center in El Segundo. And it was December 21st, about 7:30 at night. My brother went to go get more beer and booze because we were running low, and it was like Christmas party. We're having a Christmas party because Blaine's not going to be here for Christmas. He's going to MEPS basically in the morning, So we're sitting there, we're partying. My brother leaves to go get booze. His buddy goes to leave and go get something else. I don't know what. I didn't care. I was just like, yeah, let's party, man, because I'm going to the military. I ain't going to see you for 4 years, guys. So let's go on ham, And then while they were away, they had just left to go get the booze and beer and whatnot. there was a phone call. I answered the phone. Didn't make any sense. You know, the guy's just sitting there screaming and yelling and hollering and hooting and whatnot. So I said, yeah, whatever. Fucking hung up the phone. Then the dude comes in, literally kicking down the front door, which I had locked just because, you know, well, it's in the middle of Southern fucking California, Watts, California, and dude fucking literally threatens your life. Yeah, you lock the fucking front door, you lock the back door. You kind of just chill, you know. Well, dude kicked down the fucking front door, barged into the house, and tried to beat me to death. And I fought back. And I fought back like hell. Well, I finally ended up knocking him the fuck out. So I called my brother. And as I'm sitting there talking to my brother on the phone, he wakes the fuck up and just basically body tackles me to the ground. I get back up, I face off with him, and I said, look, are you done? To which he responds with, yeah, I'm fucking done. And he comes from the floor with a gigantic fucking skyhook uppercut. Catches me right here across the jaw and flips me head over ass in a full backflip. I didn't know this was possible in boxing or what have you, but this dude literally flipped me ass over tea kettle, freaking full backflip, and smacked the side of my head right here. It's kind of hard to see the scar anymore, but it's right there. Okay. Smacked my head on a metal a metal box. Sliced my head wide the fuck open. I'm sitting here, I got a broken jaw, I got my head cut wide the fuck open, and all I can hear is and I feel somebody smack the back of my ass. I'm like, what the fuck? So I turn around and I'm looking, and I see my knife in this motherfucker's hand, and I hear click, and that blade's pointing at me. Literally, the dude was holding it like this. Okay. And so I turned instinctively to get myself facing him, just in case, you know, he decided to actually use the motherfucker, to which he dove at me. And I grabbed the knife and I twisted, trying to pull it away from him, pushing against the blade and whatnot, to which we did this kind of a move. Okay, I curled my hand around the blade like this, and he shoved it into me, jumping on my back on the bed that was there in the room, right? Shoved it into my chest. So I caught that much of the blade. That cut me open, my abdomina vena cava, and I started bleeding both externally and internally very heavily, and ended up, you know, he ripped the fucking knife out of me and then started walking out the door, and I just ended up grasping, holding, stood up, saw his retreating back, and went, fuck you, and just ran full out for the front door like, I'm gonna fucking take you down, you stupid son of a bitch. Hit him in the back with a fucking flying tackle. Hit the ground. The both of us went rolling. He stood up, looked at me and was like, yeah, fuck this, and then went and turned around and headed for his truck. Now, I didn't know it at the time because now I'm literally delirious. I just had my bell rung twice. Once by him, and then once by hitting the fucking concrete at a full tackle. Okay? So now I'm sitting there, I'm dizzy as fuck. I don't know what's going on. I'm just holding and praying to God that, you know, somebody sees me and calls the fucking ambulance. I guess at this point in time, his partner or something, he had somebody else there. I didn't see them. I didn't know they were there. Okay? But somehow his partner ran over or something. It kicked me a couple times in the back with some steel toes, busted up a couple of my ribs in my back. and then got cussed out by the other feller, and he ran over to the vehicle and they drove off. The next door neighbor, because he finally moved the vehicle, the next door neighbor saw me laying there. All right. And she comes running over with a fucking towel and just stuffs it on my fucking chest and says, "Here, hold this." I was like, no, I need an ambulance. Go call 911. She's like, "No, I can't do that." I was like, "No, I need you to call 911 now." And she says, "No, I can't do that." And I said, "No, you don't understand. I'm going to bleed to death if you don't." She turned around. She ran back to her house, grabbed her phone, called 911, ran back over and was sitting there talking to them on the phone while I'm sitting there. And then all I could, at that point, I was bleeding so heavily internally, all I could actually get out at that point was help. And then I passed out because I couldn't breathe. I had tension hemothorax. The stab wound had gone into my ribs, cut my diaphragm, punctured up into my chest cavity, and somehow curled back around and cut into my spleen and a part of my intestines. So I'm sitting there holding blood in my body as it's draining heavily into my guts, okay, and into my chest, making it so I can't breathe. The cops didn't even fucking show up. No, the ambulance showed up. Yeah, the ambulance finally got there. They showed up and they racked me up. They got me the fuck out of there, and they started strapping me over with fucking chest seals and shit like that. And hindsight's 2020, probably shouldn't have done that, but whatever. So I'm sitting there, I'm holding this fucking towel there so that I can fucking, keep my shit there. And he's like, "I gotta see it. And I'm like, "No, you don't gotta see it." And he's like, "No, I gotta see it. You gotta take it off just for a second so I can assess the damage, do triage." I'm like, "Oh, fuck it, fine." So I pull the fucking thing off, right? And it shoots blood across the fucking ambulance and hits the other guy in the face. I'm like, "Told you shouldn't have fucking told me to do that." And just kind of backed down and I just started getting loopy again. They stuck a mask on my face, put me on oxygen, got me to the hospital within about 5.5, 6 minutes. Then they took me to another hospital because that hospital really couldn't help me. So they drove off and then went to the next hospital, which was Lakewood. And at Lakewood, they got me into the operating room, and the doctor there, he's like, "Yeah, we've got zero fucking time." He's loopy. So yeah, we've got zero fucking time. Gets me on the operating table and starts cutting me open before the anesthesiologist has even hit me with the anesthesia. I'm sitting there fucking screaming bloody goddamn murder, like fuck, cutting me right down the middle, like gutting me like a catfish. And then the anesthesia hit. So automatically, that after this anesthesia wears off, I'm coming out swinging, because that's just natural reaction to, when you go down like that, you're going to come out swinging, especially if it's a traumatic anesthesia. That's why they try to not do traumatic anesthesia, especially nowadays. But even back then, they tried not to do a traumatic anesthesia. But because I was cussing and screaming and hollering and telling them, "No, don't cut me," they put me down. So I come to 3 days later. Christmas is already over. Sorry, it wasn't 3 days later. It was 5 days later. Christmas is already over at this point. Okay. My whole family's sitting there in the fucking operating room. Or, I mean, not in the operating room, in the ICU, waiting for me to get up and, and do my thing and whatever, and wake up and do all that shit. And they got the enjoyable instance of watching me pull a freaking tube out of my nose and cuss out the fucking nurse. Yes, I cussed out the nurse in front of my grandma. I'm embarrassed as all fuck to say this, but it's true. That's one woman I'd never ever start, cussing and tirading in front of, but she pulled out the catheter in front of my family. There's a good reason I was cussing. So, I after all of this shit, mind you, I got stitched up and everything like that. The fucking recruiter even came to see me in the hospital. Believe it or don't. Staff Sergeant Hairholzer came to see me in the hospital. And he said, well, best thing I can suggest for you is keep working out. Try to stay strong. This is going to be one hell of a fight back, and maybe, just maybe, you might be able to get into the Army. But I highly doubt it. One thing's for damn certain. We lost a fucking hell of a soldier. And then he walks out the fucking room. Like, dude, I'm not bullshitting about this. This is literally what the man said. I remember it word for fucking word and how it went. Then the detective finally fucking shows up. Didn't show up to the fucking crime scene. Didn't show up to the fucking anything else. Actually didn't show up to the trial later. She made her partner do that. Showed up at the fucking hospital and was like, I gotta ask you some questions. Do you think you can answer those questions? I was like, I'm on morphine. So, no. She goes, well, I just need you to tell me, do you think that you could identify who did this to you? I was like, yeah. And I didn't tell you their name. She goes, you can tell us their name? You knew them personally? I shouldn't have fucking spoke any further. Looking at it now, I know this, but at the time, I was thinking, you know what? I just want to fucking handle this shit and get out the door so that I can go get back to my daily, my daily due, so that maybe in about 10 fucking years I can go and join the fucking Army. Yeah. So it was a clusterfuck. To this day, I still have a little bit problem lifting shit. The up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down all the fucking time. It actually gets to me because I also have a steel rod in my back that the doctors put in there to try and help hold me up because they had to cut open my abdomen, my entire abdominal wall from top to bottom. I had no abdominal strength. In order to stand up, what I had to do at the time, and I still sometimes have to do this, I had to put my hands on my knees, push my back straight, and then shrink down slightly so that the rod would bend on its universal joint and go into the cup that it holds in. It's a real motherfucker. So yeah, I don't have a choice anymore. I could never actually join the United States Army even if I wanted to, and I really, really fucking wanted to at that point. It was like, just anything to try and make it righteous. When I found out that was not going to happen, I took 3 years recovering. And then in the 4th year, I went back and I started doing the militia thing. I said, fuck it. I'm just going to continue on. I'm going to keep going. I'm never going to fucking stop. I ain't giving up. I'm going to be a man fucking standing when I'm dead. They will bury my ass standing with my rifle next to me. That's how I looked at it. Like, I'm not fucking stopping. And so for the next 6 years, I took some of the most dangerous fucking missions I've ever taken in my life. That's saying some shit. One of those missions almost ended up with catching me a fucking attempted murder charge because the cops charged me instead of the motherfucker who was actually trying to do it. Innocent. until proven guilty, right? Except when, the cop thinks that they can get one over on you, and so you're guilty until proven innocent. They locked me up for 6 months while they figured out whether or not that I was telling the truth. And when it all fucking finally came out that I have been a Minuteman since I was 18 fucking years old, they still tried to make a charge stick to me, to the point where I actually had to utilize merci de la cour, which is not something that is very often utilized in a courtroom. In fact, it's a lot less often utilized in a courtroom. Whereas what looks like merci de la cour, but is not, that's the prosecution's plea deal. The difference between that and merci de la cour is that if you are proven to be innocent through the action of probation, the ruling is set at a not guilty and dismissal. So, took a little bit, but I turned a possession of a firearm charge in an unincorporated area of Greater Riverside County into a misdemeanor charge, which they then nullified, and it was dismissed with a full expungement, and then the records were sealed. Yeah, because they did not want me to go back and fucking try it again, because I would have appealed it. Because one of the problems with the ruling in that case is that it still precluded me from owning a firearm for another 5 years. Or anything with a pistol grip, for that matter. For 5 fucking years. So I was more than happy to go back and fight it. And I'll still go back and fight it to this day. I don't care. That's a Minuteman's duty. So, do I think it was a wrongful accusation and a wrongful charge? Yes. Is there any way to fix it? Not really, not without spending another fucking, I don't know, maybe decade inside of a jail cell while they deliberate over whether or not I was doing a good thing or not, because I was literally putting my dick on the line to be able to protect somebody who actually, in all reality, refused to help my dad based on his reputation. I didn't hold it against him. I really actually didn't. But because of the person I was dealing with at the time, I had to make it look good. Because otherwise, this person who had access to all my father's firearms and my air guns, because the fucking trailer doesn't lock. He would have actually been able to get to the trailer first. He was my ride back to the trailer, and so he would have been able to get there first and be able to get access to all that before I could, because he could have literally just left my ass at the fucking hospital and I'd have had to walk. Instead, he drove me back because I played along and I was able to access the guns and get them into my car and get my car out of there. I was actually driving to one of the places where I go out in the desert to go and shoot, because I figured, this is where I can go to kind of stay out of the bullshit. And then I remembered something from one of my previous reports on the guy, and I realized I could not walk away from it. He carried a gun in the back of his car, and he was prohibited entirely from having a firearm because of something that happened to him while he was aiding police. Civilian use of force when backing up police is extremely frowned upon unless they fire first or they are in direct threat. They were neither in direct threat, nor did they fire first. So him having a firearm was completely illegal. It was unlawful at the time. But having seen it in the back of his car, I knew exactly where he kept it, what he kept, and what he could do with it. And then realized, you know what? I'm just basically prolonging it. I'm not stopping this situation. So, yeah. I drove down to the hospital and had forgotten that I stuck my dad's Heritage 22 long rifle Rough Rider in my backpack and stuffed the backpack in the front seat. I was driving out into the middle of the desert at first. Got to understand where I'm coming from here. You know. So I show up at the hospital, in the hospital parking lot, and get surrounded by police officers and Riverside County Sheriff's Department. Because this dipstick, realizing what I was doing, called the police and filed a false report. Because he was a firefighter, they were more inclined to believe him than they were inclined to believe me. You ever wonder why, I like firefighters, but I don't trust them? That's why. Anyways, he ended up getting there right about the time they pulled me out of the car. And I pointed with my nose at his ass and I said, there he is. There he is. That's the guy. It's not me. You're after the wrong dude. And they said, yeah, well, your name's Blaine Price, right? I said, well, yeah, but that doesn't mean nothing here nor there. That's the guy that I'm telling you is the reason why I'm here to warn you. He's right fucking there. He's got a gun in the back of his car. He's like, all right, well, we're going to stick you in the back of our car and then we'll go check it out. I was like, okay. So I complied the whole fucking way, got stuffed in the back of the car, and I said, go get him, go get him, go get him. From the back seat. This is on their body cams, which they conveniently lost the footage of during that 6-month term while I was in fucking jail. I realize now that, as shaky as it is, as circumstantial as it is, that's evidence of entrapment. That's evidence of a conspiracy to commit entrapment under the color of law. And that I was basically being kidnapped. I didn't know better at the fucking moment. I thought I was working with them in order to stop a murder from happening. You see how this works here? So when I finally got to explain all of this to the judge, guess what? 2 police officers, 1 sheriff, and at least 1 fucking asshole who was a firefighter all lost their jobs. And the one who was the asshole who was a firefighter got fired in the courtroom by his dad. That's what I mean by I say now hindsight's 2020. That was actually evidence of entrapment, but I couldn't prove anything because guess what? I didn't think about it at the time. Well, there you go. Body cam footage that's supposed to be evidence. 100% fucking evidence. Yeah, I admit it. I've got all these fucking weapons in the car. Sure. Because I'm trying to keep them away from a psychopath who is going to blame the situation on me or my father. Of course it looks bad because he fucking called you guys and then tried to do exactly that. Duh! And then that's what ended up catching me all that bullshit. So this is where I'm at now, having fought back all the way from that. All right. And I still, after that, completely disarmed. I drove around the fucking desert. I reported on motherfuckers who were coming over the goddamn border illegally. I put my dick on the fucking chopping block. I put my ass out there to get shot the fuck off so that these motherfuckers could sit there and say, oh, well, the militia is the problem. Don't say. Problem for what? This is what I mean by, I have a cynical outlook on life because of all the bullshit that's happened to me. I turn around and I says that the only fucking law enforcement that there should be is in the moment a motherfucker straight up takes your ass the fuck off this planet because you decided to fuck around and find out. That's the only law enforcement there should be. Everything else is just fucking stupid. I've met some nice police. I've met a couple police officers that actually gave a damn about their job but were hamstringed by the fucking department. In my entire life. So let's be clear about that. I do not anymore believe that police and militia should work together. As a matter of fact, I think that police should not exist. They took those duties from the militia and handed it to the police department, which, if you didn't know, is a private entity. A lot of folks don't know this, but in the 1820s, the first police department in New York City was created. And all policing powers were delegated to the police department rather than to the militia in that time. Okay? That's where the militia actually lost most of their policing powers. Now, citizen's arrest still exists, but there's a lot of fucking hoops you got to jump through for that. And that is the only policing power that a militiaman actually has anymore. That, and if they shoot at you, you can shoot back. Well, at least that used to be the case until fucking Biden's bullshit. Yeah, if you don't know, I'm still sour about that. I was down on the Colorado River one night, and I was in basic patrol, just like any other fucking day. Had a hamburger, went down the fucking road, go and fucking drive the riverside, and just, make sure that nobody's fucking riding on the fucking boats in the middle of the night, which is completely fucking illegal because that's how the fucking cartels get the fucking idiots up the fucking the Colorado River, because it's just easier. It's also how they do the drugs up the Colorado River, and also how they do the move guns back into Mexico is down the Colorado River. It's one of the main thoroughfares, anyways, through the desert. So, one night I'm sitting out there, I'm doing the damn thing, and I hear rocks falling down off of a cliffside. As I'm driving through slow and steady, normal patrol style. Just slow roll as I just creep along. I hear these rocks falling down a cliff, and I look up and I'm like, the hell? And I see dust and rocks falling down the cliff. So I stop the truck. I look up again, and I see somebody look down over the side of the cliff. And I said, hey, what's up, bruh? And they disappeared off the other side of the cliff. And I could hear somebody running. Now, mind you, this cliff was only 20, 30 feet up there. So I said, fuck this shit. I grabbed my rifle and I hightailed it up the cliff. I got my rifle and my cell phone. I hightailed it up the fucking cliff. And I'm just about to make a phone call when a round comes flying in out of fucking nowheres and embeds itself in my calf. And then the fucking gunshot goes off, and I look up and I see 3 more flashes, and I just dove off the side of the fucking cliff. I didn't even give myself time to get down the side. No, just tuck and roll, fucking rifle on my chest and go. I tumbled down the side of that fucking cliff and came to a stop next to my truck, got back into my truck, tied up my fucking calf, and then sat there having a heart attack for the next 5 minutes. Then I called my superior, told them about it. I called my friends, told them about it. I called my mom, told her about it, and then said, yes, I'm safe, I'm alive. I'm going back home now. And then I reported it to the fucking, the ICE, and they told me, you better not have shot back because otherwise you're going to prison. I said, what? I'm sorry, you said what? These motherfuckers shot me, and I'm not allowed to fire back? And they said, yeah, that's right. I said, well, I didn't shoot back. I fucking tucked and rolled. But anyways, asshole, that's fucking illegal. Telling me I can't shoot back. He goes, no, that's not the case. If you shot back, you are definitely in the wrong. I said, how? And he goes, Biden's new measure 8. What? Yes, executive order measure 8. You cannot fire upon anyone who is not an American citizen who is directly a threat to your person and your life. That's fucking old Biden's bullshit that I was talking about and was telling you guys, you can't shoot back, you can't shoot back. This is why. The motherfucker literally made it illegal for you to defend yourself against anybody except your fellow American. I used to think the same thing, Seymour. Until that executive order is completely fucking deleted from existence. No. Why do you think that homeboy got his fucking guns taken from him? Out there in California by the fucking police department. Yeah, he talks some shit about the police department, but no, it's Biden's order measure 8. It literally takes away your guns if you use them in a defensive measure against anybody except an American citizen attacking you. You fucking idiots do not read the fine print, do you? And maybe you understand why now I'm so goddamn angry at these motherfuckers. They put a bullet in my leg and I still got that motherfucker there and can't do a motherfucking thing about it. Thank you. Pieces of trash. And this is why when my mom says, oh, well, it's not Biden's fault, I'm so fucking irate when she says that shit, because if I could tell her, Mom, Biden's the reason I have a bullet in my leg and the motherfucker that put it there is not breathing through a straw, I would. She doesn't give a fuck about that now. She doesn't care. That happened years ago. But that still comes back to the situation of I couldn't fire back. Yeah, I jumped off the side of the cliff and I was sitting there fucking calling my superiors like, I need backup, this, that, and the other. And then I called ICE and said, you guys need to take care of the situation. You've got a fucking coyote and a runner down here and they're taking pot shots at Americans. And they told me, now you're kind of fucked. But wait, they shot at me. Doesn't matter. Well, fuck you. And don't expect my help anymore. And I left. About 3-4 months later, I moved up here. And you can go back and look at my live streams. I've got live streams on it. I talk about that shit that happened. You'll kind of see me limp every now and then in a couple of my live streams back then. You'll also see me limp in a couple of videos I make back then. That's actually because of the bullet in my calf. Because these motherfuckers wanted to say, oh, you can't defend yourself. Yeah. In case you're wondering why I personally state outright Biden is literally fucking our country. There you go. He is making it possible, not easy, possible for foreign nations to invade us because we as American citizens are not legally allowed to respond. If you're a soldier, sailor, marine, any of the military, yeah, you can legally respond because that's outside of the purview of this particular. You have to be a civilian. You cannot legally respond to anybody who is not American. I have no doubt in my mind that one of them motherfuckers that was in the Los Angeles shooting is a Mexican. And they found out about it and said, you know what? Nope. Can't charge him. But we can charge you. I'm pretty fucking sure. Because that's what they told me, sitting my ass down there on the fucking border with a bunch of goddamn cartel members going and fucking lighting my ass up. So, no. Fuck all that bullshit. I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not going to hear it out. Like, straight up. Biden is the problem. His administration is the problem. People like that are the problem. And before you start saying, but it's not just Biden, I know. I know. It's not just Biden. He is the fucking he's the person who has the power of veto that is enabling it. That's the big deal. He's the power of veto. He has the power of freaking executive order. And he's making that happen. Whether or not you like it. Which, in turn, makes it so that it's impossible for you to defend yourself, except in the instance that somebody is a fucking American citizen, which, in my opinion, is unlawful. So, let me put it this way. Any threat, I'm still going to respond the same way. I'm going to fire back. I gave up a whole fucking long time ago about trying to be all, legal beagle and all that bullshit. Because I realized, look, you can't defend yourself in court if you're 6 feet under. And you don't get 3 hots in a cot in a coffin. So, oh fucking well, is what it is. I'm going to defend my life. And fuck anyone who tries to stop that. I have the right to, damn it. And so does anybody else out here who is a United States citizen. You have the right to defend your life against any and all comers. And the militia laws, the blue laws, actually state that you have an obligation to defend against all borders, as in BOARDERS, borders coming onto your ship. America's our ship. We are a nation of pirates, in other words, according to Admiralty law. And yeah. No, yeah, that's how that works. This is why I have so many problems with this crap. When people try to tell me, oh, well, Biden's the problem. No, you have fucking very little. No, I mean, when people try to tell me that Trump's the problem, I go, no, you have very little fucking understanding of the world. Trump's not the problem. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not the man's greatest fucking fan. anybody who stands against the Second Amendment for any reason needs to be gut stomped into the earth, in my opinion. But that being said, out of all of them, I'd trust Trump before I trust any of them. And that's saying some shit. Because, like I said, the man literally said, okay, we'll take the guns and due process second. What? That's my point. That's where I have a little bit of a issue with Trump. Take the guns, due process second. Bump stocks should be banned. Motherfucker, it doesn't matter. It's a gun. Or it's a gun accessory. Or, it's gun parts. Or it's the manufacturing of guns. Or it's the ownership of a gun by somebody who's so-called fucking prohibited. Doesn't fucking matter. It's all a violation of the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution by its text tradition, or its text and tradition, specifically according to the ruling by Bruin. Okay? So it'll line it all the fuck up for you. When somebody asks, did you serve our country? The real answer is yes. But the answer that I have to give because of the law and because of the way things go is no. Because I did not get a chance to join the United States Army. And instead, I fought for years to do what was necessary. A lot of those times it was on what's called solo mission. Those of you who are snipers, sharpshooters, marksmen, well, sorry, not marksmen, snipers, sharpshooters, special forces, if you ever heard of a suicide mission, that's what the militia calls a solo mission. Because you're literally going in by yourself, alone, it's only you have no fucking backup, and good luck. If you make it out alive, great. If you don't, we don't know who you are. Never met the guy. What? No. I don't know. That's my point. And in case you ever wondered why I smoke pot, even though I fucking still do that thing, Fuck, bro. Just look at Vietnam and tell me that that's not fucking justified. I mean, the smoking pot, not the war. The smoking pot. Tell me that's not justified. After walking through that fucking mile of bullshit, there's a reason I smoke weed. It keeps away the bad dreams. It keeps away the freaking gut pains. It keeps away the fucking stabbing pains in my jaw. It's an amazing fucking chemical, and it does good things for me. And I'm not sitting there going, morphine. You know what I'm saying? So this is why it causes me issue and whatnot with all the fucking gun laws and whatnot, because they do not adhere to logic and reason. They do not find any rationality in them. Well, if we take more guns off the street, there'd be less gun violence. If by the definition of less gun violence, you mean the inability to defend oneself, and so therefore you are literally the victim of that gun violence, driving down the situational happenstance of it, but driving up the victimization of others, okay. It's bullshit in my opinion, but okay. It's fucking retarded. That's not fucking, that's not gun control in my opinion. Gun control is proper muzzle discipline and trigger discipline, but, no. What I call gun control is not what everybody else calls gun control. And I consider gun control to literally be a mechanism of tyranny in all stretch of the imagination. To anybody. And I mean controlling it by the gun control in any effect. That means, yeah, Joe Blow fucking gets out of prison. The next day he wants to go fucking buy a machine gun because he just wants to go shoot up the fucking hillside to blow off some steam. Fine. Go shoot up the hillside. Just not one that's got houses on it. Have fun. That's my level of fucking understanding of this sitch. That's my level of dedication to it. Yeah, if a fucking felon wants to go get a machine gun after they fucking serve their sentence, got out, and are not interested in causing anybody fucking harm, they just want to go blow off some steam, yeah, they can do that. If somebody who was, actually misdiagnosed or wrongfully diagnosed, for that matter, heaven forbid, fucking diagnosed with a fucking a mental health thing that doesn't fucking even exist. No, just misdiagnosed or wrongfully diagnosed. They should be able to prove competence in a court of law. And after that, should be allowed to carry a firearm for the rest of their natural born lives because they proved that they were competent. You see the difference there? I have a serious fucking problem with the way that this country is being run. I look at it and I say, who the fuck came up with this goddamn bubblegum cracker jack bullshit? But hey, I'm not Congress. And this is why, in a nutshell, I have the outlook on things I do. So angry all the fucking time. That's why. See, that's my secret. In case you're wondering why, I don't just go flying off the handle at somebody and I can actually sit down and project it into something that's not only constructive, but, has a bit of a goofy ass flair to it, or at the same time, depending on, has that kind of drill sergeant fucking, broomstick shoved up his ass fucking, the fuck is your problem, soldier? Shit like that. It's because I'm always angry. And I have every right to be. And since I'm always angry, I'm always capable of holding it back. Because I'm holding it back at all times. Kind of sucks, don't it? But that's dying truth here. Now, all this other extra shit that fucking goes on and whatnot, I fucking hate it. I'm angry because of it. I want to try and stop it. I'd give my fucking right arm my left arm to stop it. Still need my right arm for certain things, but I'd give my left arm for it. That's what people don't understand. I would be willing to give up anything to stop this fucking horse shit and just let us go back to where we need to be as a nation. Sorry, I got a little ranty on y'all. Of course. I get angry, and I start ranting. But as it were, yes, this is a freedom for you guys. Can fucking say whatever you want. Call me an idiot. Call me a liar. Call me a piece of shit. Call me somebody who is fucking going out there and doing stupid shit and I should be crazy. Fuck it, I don't give a shit. But the reality of it is, is I did it so you don't have to. I did it because I was tired of watching nobody do it. So yeah. Hate me all you want, because the reality is you only hate the guy that's in the mirror. And you're projecting it on me. And nobody wants to hear that, but they know it's true. You hate the guy that's in the mirror because the guy that's in the mirror doesn't have the balls to go and do it. And you're not willing to admit it to yourself. I mean, I went and I did it. Those of you who went and did it, I'm not talking to you about that. I'm not talking to you on that level. I'm not directing that at you. That is directed at the motherfuckers that sit there and they say, well, we shouldn't have a militia. We shouldn't have, guns in the fucking hands of civilians. We shouldn't have a society that's armed. I'm talking to you dumb motherfuckers. Because of you, people like me exist. Because of people like me, you're able to exist and talk your shit without being beaten in the mouth by somebody holding an AK-47 screaming, Allahu Akbar. Or sitting there running their fucking mouths off going, ¿Qué es eso, amigo? You doing drogos? Yes, why? Fuck that bullshit. The whole reason why you're able to walk down the fucking street drinking your goddamn chai latte and talking all the shit that you want on the twatter is because of civilians like me, soldiers, sailors, Marines who fucking came back home and were, civilians by that point in time. Or, well, not Marines, but you get my point. Basically civilians who said, you know what? Nah, fuck this. I'm not putting up with it. Let's go. Let's fight. Let's take it back. This is where we stand. This is where they die. Simple. Because we watched it happen. We watched it all fall down in front of us. Hopefully, some of the things I've been putting into my book, as it were, because it's a fantasy book. It's completely fucking fantasy. Hopefully, most of the shit that happens in that book does never happen. Some of it already has, and it sucks. But hopefully, most of that shit never happens. Because I don't ever want to see that happen. I don't want to have other people see that happen. But we're on that track. That's why I started writing it in the first place. It's what it morphed into. We're on that track. So, yeah, read my book. On Reddit, user u/death before dessert. Find all of my works there on my profile. You can also find them on HFY. You can find them all over the fucking place out there, and in the YouTube lands, or I mean, not the YouTube lands, the Reddit world, the Reddit fields. Strawberry fields forever. By the way, I'm probably gonna get a freaking watch. I'll get a fucking strike for that. But I sang that. That's what I says about that one. Like, you motherfuckers. This is why I'm sitting here like I've got a whole bunch of ranty rags to go with, but the fucked up part of it is I don't want to do all that. I just want to have a freedom forum, damn it. I don't want to rant. Hell. Ranting seems to be all that I do. I used to test air gun platforms. I used to showcase, things that I did out there in the fucking woods and whatnot. whenever I got, off time that I wasn't actually having to go and fucking do patrols and shit, I got the chance to sit there and just, dick around and show off my skills as a knife maker and shit like that. And, anymore, seems all I do is rant. And people wonder why, they say, well, the guardsman on is an angry motherfucker. He's an asshole. Yeah, that's because it didn't always be this way. I used to be such a nice person. Matter of fact, you could probably watch my demeanor change right about 15 years old. That's when I found out what the world really was. I was 14 when the fucking towers fell. I was 15 when I found out why. Yep. That is precisely why. I don't trust nobody. I mean, I trust people, but that's not what I meant. I I trust people that I know, and that's probably my greatest downfall. Is I trust people that I've met and I know and I've hung out with and become friends with and shit like that. And a lot of the time, it's your friends and your family that'll cut you the deepest and hurt you the worst. They'll be the ones to take you down and hang you first. It's a harsh reality. But hey, what do we do here except harsh realities, right? I mean, that's what I do. Harsh fucking reality. All goddamn day long. That's my life. Shit, this morning I broke the harsh reality that, hey, even if it was a terrorist attack up there in fucking Canada, it wasn't an explosion. Anyways, look, as I says, it's a situation of we done. We ain't getting out of this alive. Don't nobody get out of this motherfucker alive. So smoke them if you got them. And Behuti Yaucha. Oh, enjoy. Yeah. It cuts both ways and it cuts them too. You're right about that one there. By the way, Deathclaw Jedi, welcome, brother. Good to see you. Shit, it's been a while. Fuck, I feel like a useless fucker, Not that I should, not that, anybody should think of me as useless because I'm not useless. I fucking bust my ass. It's just a matter of, I feel that way a lot. Because there's nothing I can do. And, I've gotten a little too comfortable with that. I want to say that. I've gotten too comfortable with the understanding that there's nothing I can do. There should be something I can do. There should be something you can do. There should be something everybody can do, but there isn't. In a lot of these situations, there's nothing anyone can do. Whether we got hamstrung or castrated by our fucking government, it's one way or the other. Before you ask, I was hamstrung and castrated by my government, but whatever. sometimes you just deserve better, you know? And you deserve better. Even though you're a dastardly piece of shit and, you deserve a lot of the shit that comes at you, you also understand that that's a little bit too much for what you deserve. Yeah. That's the level I'm at. Yeah. See, that's the thing, though. One grain of sand, that's just a scratch in a windshield. It's annoying as fuck, but you can drive with it. You take a fucking handful of sandpaper, you ain't driving with that fucking frosted ass glass. So it's all about unity. The only way we fight back and actually do anything is through unity. Yep. Just so long as they don't try to fucking follow through with it, because let me tell you, it is a hell of an uphill battle when they fucking follow through with it. Being the cancel culture bullshit, whatever, that's a badge of honor. The fucking falsely accused of a criminal act, and then they go and go after you with that false accusation. That's a fucking uphill battle, bruh. And that's how I've been. Uphill battles all the fucking way. I finally figured after a while, I got tired of being the fucking punch drunk. I got sick and tired of being the fucking human punching bag and just said, I'm going to sit back for a minute. Y'all endure this shit for a little bit and you tell me how it went. Then we can work on it. Fuck. Oh. So yeah, when you're used as the human punching bag in life, just remember, you are one in a line. There's a lot of people out there being used as human punching bags. There are a lot of people out there being beat down by society and by life. And the only thing that we can do in all reality is when you see someone fall, pick them up. Because at some point in time, they're going to need to be there to pick you up. And thank you to all of you who have tried to pick me up, because I know my ass is fucking heavy. But I don't know. I'm just saying, it's the world we live in. I don't know about taking a knee, but she done fucking walked her ass back to France a couple months ago. Didn't you notice? I had a picture of her up on my community post. You're the one who sent it to me, in fact. I know you watched that shit. That was actually pretty good. Ooh. Oh. Ow. Now I'm stoned. Fuck, did I suck ash? Apparently not. Okay. You know what they say? Phonics worked for me. I graduated. Nope. No. Damn it. I want a match. Where are my matches? I want this cigarette to taste good. Well, taste better, as it were. Can't really make a cigarette taste good. Basically tastes like ass. Oh. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, I'm heavy after the 2 minutes in Mississippi Muds. You're right about that. Follows through and he has no evidence. Couple of comments on Discord with no context. He tries. I can get his ass for slander, libel, and false accusation. Yeah, but here's the thing: he actually has to make a fucking. He has to file the fucking police report. If he files a police report with no evidence, you can turn around and fucking use it as a filing a false report. That's why you kind of have to have evidence to a crime. Otherwise, police won't even file it because they don't want to put your ass behind bars for filing a report, because they realize you're probably going to file a report in the future. Oh, he lives up here? Who is he? I want to know. This is basement dweller. Is it me? Because if it's me, I'm sorry if I ever did that, but I don't think it's me. The reason why I says that is because I live in my mom's house. I don't live with my mom. She lives down in Los Angeles. So I work for my mom. I'm basically her muscle, her security. And yes, before you ask, she does pay me a salary. Okay. That's a good thing, because like I've cussed out some people in my life, mind you. Never really ever never falsely accuse anybody if I can help it. I try to bring some evidence to the table, like I do actually know this shit, and I'm like, here you go, you know. Yeah, well, there's something, because I don't even trust myself. I giggle. I'm joking, brother. I understand. I know why you're. Well, sort of. I'm glad that you trust me. Sort of. Yeah. You can't influence anything from the onlines unless you have influence offline. That's why I come online, in order to get in touch with people who have influence offline. See how that works? Maybe not. Let me see here. How many of you vote? You don't have to tell me who you vote for or why. Just how many of you actually go and write down on the ballot, yes, no, this person, that person. Because I'll tell you now, I don't. My vote has been cast in dissonance and dissent since 2006. Klaus Schwab. Yes, I know. Okay. Sorry, I'm sitting here scrolling, so I'm sorry if I get the hand in front of you. Like, apologize. I ain't trying. Here we have a little bit of some lackluster in our content tonight because I'm not fucking around with the camera angles. I am. How would I says it? Disgruntled. My gruntlement has been stolen. Somebody took away my gruntle. Ooh. Oh, that's fucking funny. Not. There's a lot of guys. They go through prison or whatnot, or they deal with prisoners in jail. People who have been in and out of prison and are in jail again, and they've got this same kind of outlook on shit. So do I. Falsely accusing somebody of being a pedophile, especially if that gets that individual hurt, is just like sitting there and saying that to the individual that comes around and beats your ass. So I'm just gonna says it right now. Like, don't falsely accuse people of being a pedophile. Like, if you've got actual evidence, there's a difference. If you've got fucking paperwork on that shit, that's even more so different. But if they're just solid people and you're sitting there fucking accusing them of being a piece of shit and a fucking pedophile, that's an ass whooping incoming. I'm just says. Hmm. Yeah, like I said, I don't vote anymore. I've stopped voting in 2006 when I watched them swap the votes. Well, when I literally watched them hack the Dominion machines, I watched it happen right in front of me as an observer. And ever since then, I've not voted. Not one time. I'll tell people, oh, yeah, this is who I endorse, this, that, or the other, but I'm not voting. No, I don't consent. I don't consent to my government because my government took the contract that was written between man and God and used it for toilet paper. Until they adhere to that, 100%. I don't consent. Mm-hmm. That was our most recent election. That came in. I was like, what? How are dead people voting? I found that out. I was fucking, what? That's real? I went and I looked it up. It's real. But what's worse than that, cuz the Dominion machines, literally watching a dude fucking hack that motherfucker with a flip phone. And when I says a flip phone, I mean the freaking Verizon OG POS, with the freaking the camera on the outside, and that was like the thing at the time. You could take really fucking grainy photos. And that was it. You couldn't record with it. You just could take really grainy photos. That's what I watched this dude hack this fucking machine with. So yeah. Mm-mm. They killed Seth Rich over the same shit. Just saying. He was going to go and spill the beans on that. That was one of the ways that they do it. And that he had so much more. He was going to spill the beans on that, and then all of a sudden he ends up wound up dead in an alley with 4 bullet holes in his back. And I'm just going to say that, quinky dink much. Yeah. Um, I'm buying it. Beaver Valley. Salute. Thank you. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, I voted. I vote for Joe Biden to retire. Huh. My dad somehow passed away in 2017, but he voted for Biden in 2020. That made me madder than fuck. I found that out. I lost my shit over that. Well, that and the fucking the GR office would not stop pestering me about the benefits that my dad got after he died. They're like, come on, just stop. The motherfucker's dead. Leave it lie. Yeah, no, I watched it happen in 2006. I was an observer in Torrance, California at the Presbyterian Church on Crenshaw and it's that roadway, either Ruby or Wilson Parkway, Market. One of those goes right. It goes right behind Wilson Park, between Arlington and Crenshaw, and right on the corner of Crenshaw and that road, um, is where the old Presbyterian churches that they hold the vote at. I was an observer in that church, watching it happen. You want to talk about make me madder than a fucking fire ant being used as a damn skillet test. Whew. But yeah, I was watching them fucking hack the fucking machines back in 2006. I sounded the alarm and I got taken out of there and told, you know what, you didn't see anything. Thank you, but you are no longer needed as an observer. You're not allowed to interfere. You're not allowed to say anything. You're just supposed to watch. What? So my job was just literally to stand there with my dick in my hand and not do a damn thing, not listen to a damn thing, not see a damn thing because, you know, see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. This is my point. I do not trust a fucking machine. And I will never trust a machine. I don't take my fucking phone with me when I go hunting. I don't go and, you know, take a GPS with me when I go hunting. I take a compass. I take the map up here. That's how I hunt. That's how I go out and I do things. That's how I do it without being harassed by PETA, by Greenpeace and all that crap. You know, fuzzy bunny huggers. Well, this is kind of one of those things that's just like, are you surprised? You know, not the whole part where, you know, your granddad didn't vote for Democrats, but no, that Obama made same-sex legal, same-sex marriage. Are you surprised? I'm not. I wasn't back then. Yeah, I wasn't surprised back then. I was actually kind of ecstatic for it because my uncle, you know, grew up that way, and lived with that his entire life, and is actually gay. Didn't make that decision on his own. No, he literally came around to it after figuring out that, you know, no, he was not heterosexual. That's just my point. You know, yes, there are people who are gay, but they're, you know, the real gay men and women are very few, far in between. They're born that way. They've grown up that way their entire lives. And a lot of them had to deal with real backlash for it. And I understand that. All right. Look, I'm related to it. My point is that I don't hold that against anybody. I don't care if you're gay or you're not. You know, I don't care this way, that way, what have you. Fine. That's you. I'm straight. I personally knew right then, you know, oh, Obama's gay. I really knew it. I just like it was like one of those things that just triggered in my head, like, oh, Obama's gay. It didn't bother me. Mind you, this is back when I was still somewhat liberal, just not as liberal as I was back when 2006. Yeah, I'm a liberal. I was a liberal who joined the militia. Let that blow your fucking mind. At the time, I was a liberal. Not anymore. You know, I was what they, hell, if you took a fucking liberal from 2009 and brought them to 2023, they are no longer a liberal, they're a conservative. Let that blow your fucking mind. And see, I went hardcore conservative after a minute because I just, like, in a lot of different ways, because I saw this shit and I was like, dude, look, there's a time and a place and a point where this is illegal, allowable and okay, and then there's a level you don't go fucking beyond, because otherwise, dude, that's fighting words. And yeah, now I'm on that fucking level of, you know what? I don't care if you're gay or you're straight. Keep it to yourself. I don't fucking need to know. I don't care if you're, by using ZZMs or whatever. Fuck it. I don't care. I'm a guy. Just another fucking random guy. Just so happens that I'm straight. And I identify as a guy. And so what? If you called me a girl, I'd look at you funny. Like, you cannot see. You must be blind. Hell, here, let me help. Let me see your hands. See? Okay? I'm going to try and help you to understand. I'm not trying to be mean. Whereas, last time I used they, I was talking about the fucking federal government. Or psychiatrists. One of the two. They. Not. What the fuck ever that is. You see, that's my point. It's gone so far beyond logic and reason that even as somebody who is willing to accept that, certain things do exist outside of the realm of what is considered to be absolutely normal, because I lived in that, I lived with it my whole fucking life. I still cannot accept it being like literally out there and in your face. It does not need to be there. I walk down the street and I don't go sit, I might flirt a little bit with women folk, but I don't go throwing myself at them saying, you have to accept that I'm straight. You have to accept this, that, and the other. It doesn't fucking matter. That don't matter until you're doing the 2-sheet tango. All right? I've got a lot of friends who are guys. I got a lot of friends who are gals. Check it out. I ain't fucking none of them. Let that blow your mind a sec. It doesn't enter the conversation. Doesn't matter. We goof around, we flirt, we talk shit, we talk about all sorts of nasty crap. But it just so happens that we are all just having a good time, just joking around, being jovial, being goofballs. This whole horseshit of now my gender identity needs to become part of politics. I'm sorry, but no. That dissects equality and takes it away from everybody. Because now I have to accept something. I shouldn't have to accept shit. You could try and sell it to me, but that's on you. I should not have to accept shit. Okay? And that's how that works. I'm not hateful towards anybody. I don't hate anybody for anything. I don't hate men. I said this to my cousin. I do not hate men. I do not hate women. I do not hate anyone particularly. Rather, I hate what they stand for. Because what they stand for is deception and dissolution of our country, of our union. The unity that is what holds this world together. Honestly. You go around to all the other countries and you ask about America. Yeah, sure, we're a bunch of fucking rednecks, love our beer, love our football, love our fucking guns, and, highfalutin hookah doofa, what have you, whatever. That's the stereotype, sure, and everybody knows a stereotype. But when it comes down to it and you ask them, what makes you feel safe or what makes you feel unsafe? A lot of the time, you're going to get the response of, well, there's our military and the fact that we're allied with America and that, America is all about freedom and equality. Even if, they do that through the force of the barrel of a gun, it's about freedom and equality. So, they're actually really not that bad. By comparison to a lot else out there, they're not that bad. Kind of like Americans, Yeah, they're a bunch of fucking drunk goofballs that go freaking unload their guns into a bunch of trash on the weekends. Fine, At the end of the day, you will find the same kind of kindness, courtesy, and love from an American as you'll find from a lot of places around the world. It's called humanity. And we Americans have it in spades. Kentucky, come on up here, brother.
How are you?
Well, shit. I'm having a good old time.
I ended up having to go back to the doctor a couple days ago.
Oh boy.
It was also an upper respiratory.
Steam and menthol. That's what I would be suggesting, but that's just me, I don't know what the doctor suggests.
And that's why the doctor said she figured I could breathe better while I was awake, especially when I had a dip in.
Well, nicotine, it'll help open you up your airways in certain senses, and in others, it will actually make it so that it's worse.
Right here is what I'm
go ahead and cam off. Yeah, Longhorn.
Longhorn Mint.
Hey, everybody. So how did it do? Him I do. Him I do. Yes, him I do. Right there. He's a good one. Him I do. Yes, we love you. Him a who. All right, I'm trying to get inside now. Past the do. Oh. Yeah. There's the do. Hey there, do. Yeah, him I do. I know. I love you. Him a who. Him a who. Gosh, it's hard to struggle and get you into the freaking frame there, who. I know you camera shy. I'm a good boy. I'm a do. That's best. You want out? That's what you asking for? You need potty? Okay. Come on. Let's open. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna let you go potty. Come on. Easy.
What kind of dog is he?
He is a German Shepherd, Aleutian Shepherd, and Doberman Pinscher mix.
I was looking up Rottweilers. You know they used to be cattle dogs.
Well, that would explain a lot. They make the worst guard dogs on the planet.
What, Rottweilers?
Yeah.
I figured they'd make a good guard dog.
Yeah, you would, right? Because how they talk about all that mess about pit bulls and Rottweilers and all that. I'm like, y'all do understand that specific power of an animal does not necessarily pertain to what their inherent job was for their species. They're best at what their natural job is for their species, for their subspecies. Like I said, my dog is German Shepherd, Aleutian Shepherd, and Doberman Pinscher. 2 out of those are war dogs. One of those happens to be an actual shepherd breed.
If I had my guesses, a right could probably turn a coyote up. To hell.
Fucking coyotes. I'm sorry, dude, but you gotta understand. I know of a coyote that is a domesticated coyote, and so that particular animal makes it difficult for the rest of us who actually have dogs and have to deal with the wild ones. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry about saying that.
Yeah, no, it's nothing against you, bro. It's about the guy that fucking literally he points out that, coyotes are just big puppies and shit like that. And only if you're really willing to stretch your imagination a long fucking way.
Yeah. I'll say this right now. I was raised 5 miles away from town, a mile away from the closest neighbor. We had 60 or 40 head of cattle. Half a mile through our farm was the national park, Mammoth Cave.
So,
I know
yeah,
a bunch about
y'all know that coyotes would just, when they're actually, they're not domesticated coyotes. When they're the wild varieties, they are, we'll just say, destructive animals.
Not just that.
Well, they're not destructive if they are not old or injured. They will leave cattle alone if they are young and healthy.
Okay, yeah, I'll agree with that because the difference between a coyote and a wolf in that sense is that the coyote is a survivalist geared dog, whereas the wolf is more just the pursuit hunter.
Yeah.
So there is that small difference there. Like I said, small. In places where wolves were pretty much eradicated, coyotes started to take the wolves' niche. Okay.
Exactly.
And they would hunt
as a cattle
like
rancher, I won't shoot a coyote if they are good and healthy and they can run away, because they're not going to screw with my calves. They're going to go after mice and rabbits. They're pest control.
But see, you gotta think, where I'm at, the wolf was pretty near eradicated.
See, whereas I'm at, they just reintroduced wolves. All right. Probably about like 10, 15 years ago now, but they just reintroduced wolves up here. And they're not keeping the coyote population in check. There's still a massive coyote population up here. Wolves don't attack the dogs up here. Rather, the coyotes do. They pack up and then they'll go after people's dogs and pets and whatnot. And also, I don't know if y'all been paying attention, but I have a serious fucking rat problem. I have shot maybe around 100 rats since the beginning of this summer.
And that just gives the different perspective of where you live versus where I live. I've got no rats. I've got few coyotes. My problem is groundhogs. I've got fucking groundhog problem.
There you go. That would be a big problem for and I understand that. So, and I can see why, in your area versus my area. I'm up in the woods. We've got a cattle ranch just down the way here. And this feller almost, every other night is having to deal with fucking coyotes in the middle of the night, shooting coyotes off of his calves. And there's a lot of coyotes, but most of them are pretty healthy. I mean, you can hear them singing out there. And when they come running past my backyard,
three coyotes can sound like 50.
Yeah, 3 coyotes can sound like 50, but we're talking. I lived down in Blythe, California before this, and you know that. So I know my coyotes. I mean, I can literally point out the differences between a desert coyote, a mountain coyote, and a freaking river coyote. That's how real well I could tell a coyote. Or even that, for that matter, Mexican coyotes or cane coyotes. I could tell the difference between all of them because, just because of what happens to their fur, how their bodies are shaped, the way that, the colors of their fur at night. I mean,
even their muscular frame, you can tell the difference. I know the same thing.
I don't know what kind of coyotes we'd have here.
Like I said, you after dealing with them, like I have, you get really familiar with them and be able to tell which ones are which and which ones are a threat, and which ones aren't. And for the most part, the ones that I found were the highest threat, specifically to people, dogs, and calves or sheep.
Can I interrupt? Can I interrupt you for just a second? I'm going to make a prediction on what you say, and I'm holding it in my brain. You say it, and I'll say if I'm right or wrong.
Okay. They're what I used to refer to as lowland coyotes, also known as river coyotes. And the way that you could tell a river coyote versus a mountain coyote is that a river coyote's fur has an iridescence at night, especially in the moonlight, but even not in the moonlight. You can see the coyote without having any moonlight around. The whole freaking area could be pitch fucking black, and you can still see this coyote running up on you. And they are much bigger than your average desert coyote or mountain coyote. They're much bigger. Probably, okay, the difference would be like a mountain coyote tends to come up to about just above your knee, about midway up your thigh. A river coyote come all the way up to your hip. All right? And the desert coyotes, they're down there just right about your knee.
I was right.
You
picked the one that I was thinking of.
River coyotes.
Yep.
And not only that, but
they are the most dangerous. They are the most vicious.
Yeah, they're the biggest too.
Yeah.
And I've seen river coyotes up in the mountains. By the way, the other people around, I've seen around the YouTubes, they call them coy wolves or coy dogs.
I've seen them on the plains.
Between those and river coyote, there is a difference. See, a coy wolf or a coy dog, they've got coyote in their heritage, but you also see the dog. You also see the wolf. River coyote, it's almost like you're looking at the negative image of a German Shepherd.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And at night, when you talk about the negative image, I mean, really, like if you're looking at that motherfucker at night and there's no moon outside, the very tips of their fur glows blue.
I'd say greenish blue, but yeah.
Yes.
But
It
yeah,
has
I
a
agree.
bioluminescence to it. That's what I'm saying. It tripped me the fuck out the first time I saw it. I was sitting there, I was like, is that dog glowing?
Hound of the Baskerville.
Like, I looked at this dog and I was like, wait a minute, did this son of a bitch run out the mountains or something? He looks like he's covered in freaking plutonium or something. I'm just sitting there like, I don't know what to do. I don't know. Big freaking coyote, dude. This thing, he looked.
So KY89, is it KY or is it Kai 89?
Kentucky.
Yeah,
That's Kentucky Dip Man.
I just want to know how to say her name. I kind of butted in the middle of you guys' conversation. I'm sorry.
All right, that's all good.
I'm just trying to figure out what kind of coyotes we would have around here.
Well,
You
like I
would
said,
have
you got 'em.
mountain coyotes in Kentucky.
Probably, yeah. They come up to just a little bit past your knee. If you were standing right next to them and they were just standing still, straight up and down, kind of like a dog standing on your heel.
I never seen them, but they say they'll howl more at a full moon than some.
Well, yeah, that's normal coyote.
They'd be about the size of a blue heeler.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Maybe a little bit bigger. Maybe a little bigger than that.
Maybe a little bigger, yeah. But
yeah,
blue heeler, but between blue heeler and not quite not Rottweiler, blue heeler and what would be a next dog size up?
I would say most likely the closest analog sizes I could say for something like a mountain coyote be about the size of a piebald, because it's very specific to their size on this particular breed. A piebald staffy.
All right, I'm going to claim ignorance on this because I don't know that dog.
Staffordshire Terrier, also known as a pit bull light here in America.
Okay.
American Staffordshire.
All right.
I knew they got so bad around here, people were buying donkeys again.
Well, once upon a time in my area, people were buying llamas to take care of coyotes. Llamas hate coyotes. I don't know why. I don't know anything about them. But there were farmers who had, like 15, 20 cattle, and they'd buy the llamas. Meanwhile, I've got, 200 head, and I've got 2 German shepherds running around with my dogs, with my cattle, and they took care of the coyotes. But these guys, 15, 20 head, they were getting llamas to take care of the coyotes. So I don't know anything about why the llama is superior.
Now I can understand that about the donkey because the donkey will kick.
Yeah, donkeys and llamas both go after coyotes. A donkey will actually bite a coyote to death. Llamas are the ones that'll kick them to death. And here's the reason why.
That'll what them to death?
Llamas will kick coyotes to death. They'll stomp them to death.
Okay, I heard another word and I was like, wait, that's kind of weird, and kinky.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that. You heard that. I didn't say that. Anyway, the reason why llamas have a huge problem with coyotes and are actually really aggressive after them, I've found this out over a long period of time. Where llamas are indigenous at, they don't deal with coyotes. They deal with the red-maned wolf. The red-maned wolf, its mainstay of food source is twofold. rats and mice, and placental mammals young. Those are the two things they eat, just like coyotes. Unlike coyotes, they're a little bit taller. They're a lot bigger. And so they're the llama's natural predator.
Right.
They look very similar. They're both canines. Okay. So the red maned wolf is going to end up being the instantaneous thought process to, not necessarily thought process, but instinct driver for the llama. And the llama's going to think, I have to defend the rest of my herd.
True.
So they'll stomp out a coyote. A donkey, on the other hand, donkeys now, they deal with coyotes. Boy, do they deal with coyotes. Donkeys are just assholes. They'll bite you.
Oh, hell yeah, they will. My uncle had a donkey. Little son of a bitch bit me when I was 10 years old.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Donkeys are just fucking assholes. They'll bite anything. I watched one chew on a fence post for about an hour and was like,
my great grandfather had one that bit him, and he got it to where it would stop in the field to take a break. And he wanted it to keep on working. You know how he got it to keep on working and not to bite him?
yeah, hit him in right betwixt the eyes with a 2x4.
No. He
No?
tried putting tobacco juice in its ear once.
Oh.
And that didn't work. Then guess what he did a couple weeks later when it done the same thing?
Huh.
Baseball bat between the ears.
No, but you're on the right perception. It was on its ears, all right. This was like the early 1900s, too, may I remind you. He ended up biting it on the ears.
Huh. See, I learned a long time ago, the only way to get a Mississippi mule to start moving, you got to smack him between the eyes with a good old 2x4. Poleaxed with a poleaxe, you know what I mean?
I always found the hot shot to the nuts kind of worked.
Well, yeah, you got the ball to try and catch him there. That motherfucker can kick harder than a horse.
Well, that's why you use a nice truck driver's hot shot. It's got that long freaking pole. You stick it up there and go. Bzz. You're 3 foot out of range of their kick because that thing is 6.5 foot long.
Cattle prod.
Exactly.
I'm joking, of course. No, don't use a cattle prod on a donkey. That just gets you bit.
No, I'm facetious as well.
Yeah, I know. I'm joking myself. That's why I was saying. Don't use a cattle prod on a donkey. That'll get you bit.
I the only thing I've ever used on a donkey is the same thing that I used on a Shetland pony, a twitch.
Yep.
You take that twitch and you roll the front of their nose up in it and pull it straight up in the air, and you lead them around, by that twitch. So they've got
now, y'all.
What was that, Kentucky?
I'm gonna drop down now.
All right. Appreciate you for coming up, brother.
Oh,
So,
God,
yeah,
I'm sorry I scared him off.
No, you didn't scare him off now. I think he needed to go change out a dip or something.
No, but you want to control a donkey, you control it just like a Shetland pony. You take that. Okay, do you know what a twitch is?
Well, the way you describe it to me, I mean, it's kind of like a bridle, but only a little bit more aggressive.
No, it's like a one-sided nunchuck, but it's this piece of wood with a loop of rope through it, and you loop it around their lip, around their upper lip, and then you twist it until it's tight, and then you lead them around by it. I've used it on donkeys. I've used it on Shetland ponies. And basically it's you pull it straight up in the air, and they've got no choice.
You did that to me, I think I'd follow you around too.
Yeah, they've got no choice but to do what you tell them to. It's just like hobbling a horse. You know?
Okay.
You twist it up nice and tight until it just hurts, and then you move them to where you need them to go, and then you put on hobbles on them so that they stay where you need them to be.
And see, I honestly never did that. I can't say that, I don't think it would work, mind you. I personally never did it.
Well, if somebody took your upper lip and your nose and wrapped them up in a zip tie, hooked onto a 2-foot pole, and said, "You're going to go here." Yeah, you're going to go there. Believe me.
Yep, you're going to go there.
Even if you don't want to, you're going to go there, because, quite frankly, it's either that or your nose and your lip get ripped off.
Right.
But if you do it right, you take them over there, and then you loosen it up, and then you just let them be. You give them a little grain, you give them a little bit of hay, and they go, "Oh, hey, I was supposed to come here, and I get feed, and I get, care and loving." And they go, "This is awesome." And then the next time they walk right into the pen.
Okay. Well, that's
it's a training tool.
Okay. No, like you said, it's a training tool. And I've used training tools pretty much my whole life on different critters. You got, let me put it this way. There is when you say you have to, you're like me and you do, large dogs and exotic animals. I have I used to have a license for having exotic pets and for breeding. And so I keep all of my dogs, all my cats, if I ever get all my birds, I keep them whole, They're I don't get them neutered, I don't get them spayed or none of that, because I look at it as, well, one, it ain't right. Two, it's kind of a survival thing I've noticed for dogs. If you cut their nuts off, especially boy dogs, if you cut their nuts off, they are less inclined to shy away from danger. Sometimes that's a good thing. But sometimes
it's not.
Yeah. Especially if you're dealing with, like, say, a bear or a puma. Heaven forbid you're dealing with a puma. A puma tear a dog apart in a split second.
Yeah,
you
exactly. Song of the South. In other words, persuasive submission. That is exactly what I was talking about.
Well, see that you called it a twitch. The funny thing is when you're dealing with dogs that have that have not been neutered, they can also be very stubborn, very hard-headed, just like dealing with a mule. Difference is you can't necessarily use a twitch on a dog. Don't work like that.
Well, no, but you can use a training collar on a dog.
Yes. I try to shy away from those.
It's different, but it does have its use. It's not always a good thing, especially if you look at the personality of the dog itself.
Yeah.
If the dogs are smart critters.
Yes, they are.
If they're not going, if you can identify, if you're smart enough to identify this dog won't deal well with a training collar, then you don't use it on the dog.
Right. And I knew right away, when I first got my dog Houdini, just like my dog Turbo, training collars, no. Just because of the simple thing about it is that they have the dogs I deal with. A lot of the time, the one that I look for is the smartest in the litter.
Yeah. No, that was like my dog Lobo. I love that little boy. He was the greatest dog I've ever owned. I never put a training collar on him even once. Not once. Because the second I did, he would have lost respect for me.
Right. I've never put a training collar on my dog Houdini, ever. I've actually had people suggest it to me, like, well, he's a canine, so you should treat him like that. No, I don't use training collars.
No,
especially not on my dog Houdini.
Jeremiah, on the other hand, I've had, Jeremiah was another Rottweiler I had. I had to put a training collar on him, and it worked with him. He learned what I needed to do with him with the training collar. But with Lobo, if I'd have put a training collar on Lobo, he would have seriously freaked the fuck out and just been a useless dog. All I had to do with him was, positive reinforcement. I used Pavlov's principle. Give him a treat when he does right, ignore him when he does wrong.
Well, I tried Pavlov's principle with my dog, with Houdini, and it didn't work. Now, here's why. Right about the time that his nuts started to drop, he decided that he was the bigger dog in the bunch. And that's normally the case with a dog who has his balls. So what I ended up doing was instead of using the training collar, because I knew that the instant I used a training collar, not only would he lose respect for me, but he might actually turn around and be mean. I instead started doing what I call switch congratulation. It's like Pavlov's principle, but with a slight caveat. It still utilizes corporeal punishment, but with a specific and very tuned way of doing it. And it's tuned specifically to the actual fact that dogs, for all intents and purposes, are quiet wolves. The way that a wolf reprimands one of its pack that's doing wrong is they will actually bite that pack member on the shoulder really hard to the point that they will draw blood. I'm not so cruel with it. Instead, what I do is it's a very thin, whippy stick, very thin, and you only use one strike, one time only, in order to get their attention, because it's a matter of this dog is not going to listen to you in any other way. And I've seen when people will go to the point of, well, I'm not going to do that just because it hurts my fifis. I actually knew this person very well. They had a bloodhound that the trainer told them that this bloodhound needed to be trained this way. And they wouldn't teach him. They wouldn't teach the bloodhound because they thought, oh, well, he's too ornery. He's just not going to listen to me. This trainer, when they finally came to the obedience class and they were like, okay, well, we want to do the test so that you can get your certification. This trainer sat there with that dog and literally hung the dog from its collar for 5 full minutes until that dog passed the fuck out because it would not stop trying to attack everyone else.
No.
Yes. Not a bullshit lie. That's absolutely, I saw it happen.
No, I believe you, but no, that ain't the right way to treat it.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But like I said, it was unfortunate because the guy who was teaching the dog, he tried to only use Pavlov's law, and he did not think about the fact that there is this other type of training for a reason.
Yeah,
he left the dog intact.
I use Pavlov.
Crate in his backyard and would only give him treats when he did something good. Otherwise ignored him.
Then that isn't Pavlov's principle. That's Pavlov's principle perverted.
Yeah, it was.
You reinforce positive, positive attitude from the pup.
Yep.
But you discipline, not abuse. Discipline.
Right.
Negative attitude. You don't.
Right.
You don't hurt the dog. You give it a thump on the nose with your finger, or you you literally just ignore the dog.
Well, and see
when it does something wrong.
I found this out a couple of years ago when I was actually going to school for this. The thump on the nose with the finger can actually be a lot more damaging than taking the thin rod and giving them one tap on the shoulder. It actually can be a lot more dangerous because what it can do is right behind all the soft tissue right here on the tip of their nose, the instep of their nose is solid, and it's actually solid bone.
Well, you don't hit it.
You can push this soft stuff back into that solid bone, damaging their nose.
Okay. When I say a thump on the nose, I'm not talking about hitting that soft tissue right at the snout. I'm talking about a light flick between the eyes.
Okay. Well, again, like I said, it's a matter of
it's a matter of training perspective.
Yeah.
I've trained 7 dogs, and of the 7, 3 of them have been cattle dogs, and 2 of them have been military, and the others were just pets.
Yeah, Houdini is what I call a minute mutt. I could turn around and have him do cadaver runs. I can have him do bomb run. I can have him do protection detail. And at the same time, he is soft and gentle with my mom. He is able to utilize his voice to tell, folks to stay out of the backyard, and does his guard job real easy. He's well trained.
In other words, he's a good pup.
Yeah,
Hello,
he's a
Song.
good pup.
How are you?
Hey, Deathclaw, how you doing?
Not too bad.
So, but like I said, I only ever had the one instance where I had to utilize the full reversal of congratulations and treats, and like I said, it got his attention. And after that, we worked forwards, and we worked into the best of friends. And you see it, I'm sure, when I go over there and I say hi and whatnot. But even when I'm not in front of the camera, just because I just want to see him, I want to take care of him, I love him.
Well, hell, I've seen you. I've seen your dogs. They're mostly well behaved, even on camera. They're fun to look at, and they're well behaved.
So, it's just that some people, they look at what I did in order to teach my dog as that's cruel. I'm like, he even just said, the fuck, people, Come on. He's old enough now to understand. He understands why I did that. And he listens to me every time. He tries his damnedest now. That's important. You know, let me put it this way. My roadway out in front of the house, kids running up and down it all the time. Next door neighbors' kids are always out running around and playing. And the other neighbors, they let their dogs out run around all the time. And there's no fence between the front porch and the roadway. People come whipping through here doing 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. I've only ever had to reprimand him once for getting in the road. And I did not have to utilize anything other than my voice.
That's a good pup. Then
right.
That's an excellent dog. Song of the South, how are you? What are you up to, man?
Not a whole lot. Just been getting everything ready for wintertime.
Well, what do you mean by getting it ready for wintertime? You getting the trucks ready, or you getting the house ready, or both?
A little bit of both. Plus stockpiling provisions and beans, bullets, and Band-Aids.
Aye.
Firewood, because I can't rub my hands together and turn it into a fire.
I was laughing. You reminded me of an old story my grandfather told me one time about a mule. He said, "Yeah, I had that old mule out there in the cornfield. He was stubborn as hell, and we was plowing." He said we was plowing up the cornfield, and it got real hot that day. And it got so damn hot that the corn started popping. The mule thought it was snowing and froze to death.
That reminds me about the cows in Iowa ended up fucking freezing to death in the middle of 106 fucking heat because of the same thing. They actually have that documented somewhere. I don't know where it was, but I remember actually distinctly reading that in a textbook. That in Iowa, I believe it was sometime in the 60s, they had a heat wave that was so bad it popped the popcorn and cows ended up dead, frozen in the middle of the fields.
I've been discussing with Blaine that I'm going to fix my remedy for Joe Biden's oil concept. I'm going to buy me a Jenny.
You're gonna buy what now?
A Jenny mule.
A Jenny mule.
I look at it.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I look at it on this
than a jack mule, and you can actually do a lot with it.
I look at it on this concept. I don't have to put license plates on it, a water pump, a battery.
Right.
I guess it'll get 5 miles to the bale.
That's not what I thought it was.
Oh no, I bet you can get at least 7 miles to the bale. 9 miles if you use alfalfa.
That'll work.
9 miles to the bale.
I could utilize, in all due seriousness, I could utilize a mule. Yeah, because they're pretty sure-footed, correct?
I found out
that they are.
So,
I found out. Well, this is not necessarily backed by my own personal, experimentation, but somebody here on the interwebs went and did a test, and they found out that for every log, basically, about 3.5 pounds of wood, you can do about 1.5 miles on wood gas in your car.
And I can also shift it in 4-wheel hoof.
Four-wheel hoof. Hell, if you're using alfalfa and corn, you can use six-wheel hoof.
I'm seriously. I figured once the gasoline got to $15 a gallon, I'll just trade my Jeep for the mule.
I'm just trying to figure out how to make my own nuclear powered car.
Oh, I could help you with that, I guess.
Well, my problem is I really don't want a reactor underneath my crotch.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
that
your problem.
Clark, you know what's so ironic about it? I guess
What was
I
that?
guess I get a big laugh out of today's modern automobile. Everybody makes such a big deal out of it. And the funny thing is, it's the same old internal combustion engine that Henry Ford invented in 1903. The only difference is it's got a bunch of little damn blinking lights on it.
Well, Song, I'm going to tell you this right now. I have lamented over the years the only goddamn thing that should go beep, bing, or pong is a quarter-fed pinball or video game machine. And every time I climb into a pickup truck or a car nowadays, they go beep, bing, and pong. I want my old 1970s, 1960s gasoline carbureted. The only noise that comes out of it is that little buzz, to put the seatbelt on, where you can actually disconnect. Right. You can peel up the floorboard, clip the wire, and the buzz goes away. I want the old mechanical vehicle. I'm tired of the computerized vehicle.
Today's modern automobile's got an automatic tampon changer in it.
Yeah, and that automatic tampon changer ain't for the car; it's for the driver.
Right. And the worst part is that that's not an add-on. That's standard.
Yeah, but you got to watch out when you sit up in the seat. It could give you a sex change real quick.
Whoa.
Well, only if you don't offset your asshole by 3 degrees to the right or 17 degrees to the left.
But I'm with you on the old style carburetor deal.
Now, I seriously think the only way anybody in America should be able to have a driver's license is if they can drive a 1977 or 1976 Ford F-250 manual transmission 4-wheel drive with no power steering.
All right. I guess I get my driver's license then.
I've got in my possession right now a 1951 and a 1970 Chevrolet pickup.
See, I got my motorcycle license. It's most I've actually done with a clutch. I've actually driven a clutch-driven car. I don't like them, but I will drive them, and I can.
Give a clutch to a millennial. It'll drive them nuts.
Yes, it will. Yes, it fucking will. And I'm somebody who knows how to use one.
No, I grew up on a clutch transmission. I literally Song of the South, Guardsmen. Have either of you ever putting up hay in a hayfield on a ranch?
No, I haven't.
Okay, we used to have what was called a truck sweep. Okay, you remember hay stacks versus hay bales that are common today?
Yeah,
we had these hay stacks, and what we did was we took these dual-wheeled pickup trucks and we inverted the back axle so it was upside down, so all the gears ran in reverse, and then we retrofitted the machine so your steering wheel was towards the back wheels, your engine was at your ass end, all your steering was at your ass end, and then we put this big big, hay buck on what would now be the front, and you're running down a field at 25 miles an hour, scooping up hay off the ground, and every one of them were manual transmissions, and you had to learn how to drive a manual transmission with a clutch. And if you didn't know how to drive it, we trained you how to do it. And every single kid that left my ranch from, I'd say, 1960 to 2005 knew how to drive a clutch transmission vehicle.
I don't think any of these new generation of kids even know what a standard transmission is.
Well, that's just it. They're freaking theft proof anymore. Hop in, hot wire the car, and you go, I'm gonna get this going. Well, how the hell do I drive this? It doesn't have an automatic thingy on the gear shifter, And God forbid you ever try and teach them 3 on the tree.
Right.
And you know what else is a big
Here's one of my favorite ones.
Another big difference between an automatic and a straight drive is the straight drive will cost you $200 for the parts. The automatic's $2,000.
Yes. Well, I'll point this out to y'all. Most of my generation don't know how to use third gear on an automatic transmission. And I do not lie when I says that. I watched it happen. Don't know how to use third gear, second gear, first gear on an automatic transmission. Don't know how to use a passenger side step down.
Every vehicle in my yard has got a manual clutch in it, including my Jeep.
I have.
No, hey, Sal, would that Jeep be an old Willie?
It's an '88 Cherokee.
Okay, damn it! I'm looking for an old Willie Jeep. I've been on the hunt for a Willie Jeep for the longest time.
My sister special ordered it from the factory with a 5-speed transmission in it.
So, anyways, as it says, the only vehicles that I have that have manual transmission are my motorcycles. And there's a reason behind this now. I drive Chevy exclusively. And if it's not a Chevy brand, at least it's got Chevy parts in it, and Chevy kit set up. I always have a Viper 2 system. Now, if anybody of you know what a Viper 2 system is, it's an ignition and shift system. It works on automatic transmissions in order to make it so that it basically changes your gas pedals into a shifter, a clutch, and a gas pedal all at the same time. It turns your automatic transmission into a manual transmission, in other words. It also is an anti-theft device.
Sounds like a Yamaha 4-wheeler from the 1990s.
Basically the same idea, but a lot better, because this was all Chevy built in the 90s, and then in the early 2000s they started putting it on things like Pontiac and what was the other one? It's all GM.
Death Club. The oldest Jeep that I ever bought was a 1973 CJ5 with a 304 in it, and I bought it brand stinking new for $4,000.
Now, folks will know what I'm talking about when they see the key fob and they've actually got this on their vehicle. This is what the key fob looks like, and it says right there at the bottom. Let me see if I can get it to focus. You fuck. It says Viper at the bottom of the key fob there. And this is the Viper system of ignition systems. The Viper system changes it around in your vehicle to be able to run the secondary system, the manual kickdown system on Chevys and other GM vehicles. And that's why I get GMs, because I can literally turn around and turn my Suburban into a race car by simply tapping on the gas pedal twice.
But
Yeah.
all of the makes and models, whether it's Ford, Chevrolet, GM, Chrysler, they all got their good ones and they all got their lemons.
Yeah,
Yep.
I agree. They've all got their pros and they've all got their cons. But I won't buy Ford and I won't buy GMC Chevy anymore. I used to swear by Ford and GMC until a dealer, that my local dealer, he decided to go to a conference with GM up in Detroit, and when he came back, he sold every Chevy and GMC that he owned for market value, and then switched over to a completely new dealership because he was told when he and other local dealers were talking to GMC Chevy, we don't care what farmers and ranchers want on their vehicles. They're not our concern.
Right.
So he said, you know what? Then you're not my concern either. And he switched to a completely different dealership. I won't
All
say
right,
what
so-
I won't say what dealership. I'm not going to throw, Ford or Dodge or anything else under the bus. But he basically said, fuck you, Chevy.
Yeah, no, hey, don't get me wrong. Right when they went from actually building their trucks to be for farmers and outdoorsmen and, to being just flashy for the middle of the city, those are the years that's the year point that I stopped buying. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll buy anything beforehand. After that, no. You won't find me buying it. I won't buy any new Chevy. You won't find me buying it. I won't purchase it. There's a reason behind that. And it actually is less to do with, they're not geared towards the farmers and whatnot than it has to do with it's just trash.
What's that song?
Okay.
What were you saying?
I'm with Death Claw. I would settle for an old 47 Willys CJ2, CJ1.
You see, I agree with you. I want an old Willys Jeep. I want an old, 78 Bronco. I want an old Dodge Jimmy. I want the old carbureted stuff, the stuff that I can take out underneath a shade tree and be a shade tree mechanic. I can fix it myself.
You'll get a kick out of this then. I swear to God, you'll get a kick out of it.
Those old Willys are extremely hard to come by anymore.
Well, the thing that I hate is I had 15 of them sitting inside of, back when I was in the military, I had 15 of them sitting inside of a freaking shop, and I repaired 10 of the 15, and they were all 15 were given away as gifts to generals and colonels, and there were another 120 sitting out in the motor pool. 120 freaking Willie Jeeps sitting out in the motor pool. And I says, hey, can I have one? I'll pay for the damn thing. And they said, no, we're going to crush them.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the Willie Jeep of my dreams being crushed in a freaking junkyard because I had to haul them up there. Oh no, you as a veteran, you can't have you can have this. This is just some special present for some little, 3 or 4 star general turd.
So you didn't have enough brass on your shoulder.
Yeah, it's all about the man in the
brass
box,
on my
isn't it?
shoulder. Hell, all I had was a sham shield on my chest. Sham shield specialist E4 Mafia for life.
I'm sorry. That was a lot more funny to me than it should have been, just because of what my background is. But you got to understand, I know that joke.
E4 Mafia.
That was mighty white of him.
Specialist.
Yep. No, I got my sergeant stripes about 2 months before I left, and they were like, "Well, hey, we'll give you a new bonus." And I'm like, "No, fuck you, I'm gone." Well, we just promoted you. Don't care. I'm still a specialist.
Like I said, specialist. But
I remember about, I guess it was about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. I got my time frame kind of trying to guess at it, but I went up into the junkyard one time and there was a 53 Willys pickup truck that was sitting in the middle of that junkyard and it looked like it was brand new.
Oh, I would have loved that.
It was a desert sand color.
Now, was it actually a Willie or was it the Indian modified version?
It was an actual true Willie.
Oh, awesome.
And I believe it was a 3/4 ton, if I'm not mistaken, 1 ton. And on top of that, the only way to get that thing out of the junkyard, you would have had to pick it up with a helicopter.
I have found a way.
And the old man that owned it died. And when he did, that junkyard was full of old cars, all the way back to the old Stutz Bearcats and stuff.
Never doubt the E4 Mafia. They'll get shit done on the backs of the E3s.
But
Skippy, we will.
I felt like a little kid in a candy store when I seen that old Willys. It was buried in a junkyard. The junkyard covered like 200 acres. I mean, it was massive.
Now, God, but between the Willie Jeep that I'd love to have and the old Caterpillar that my great grandpa bought, I'd be a hell on wheels kind of guy, or hell on tracks given the Caterpillar.
So you'd be pulling out and doing the whole killdozer thing, huh?
I don't know about the killdozer, but it'd be at least a ram dozer.
I would even settle for about a 44 Dodge, like a deuce and a half or half track.
Oh, deuce and a half, yes. I could work on a deuce and a half all damn day long.
The old 40, the old 40 models.
Mm-hmm. Compared to a Humvee, a deuce and a half was so easy to work on. It was spacious. You had room to get in and get to the components, get to the parts. The Humvee, they were tight. They were hard to get to things. A fuel filter change was a 15 to 30-minute ordeal for a good mechanic, and anywhere from half an hour to a full hour and a half for a bad mechanic.
Yep. Humvees, the rattle trap bane of all freaking combat mechanics.
Yeah. Honestly, the worst thing about the Humvee was when they started armor plating it. It became a nightmare to work on when they started putting more heavy equipment on it. You'd try and jack that damn thing up, and you'd have to use either double jacks because the Army didn't bother to give you enough heavy duty jacks, so you'd have to use 2 light duty jack stands to keep it in the air, or you'd have to take off the armor plating, and if you took off the armor plating, it was another 2-hour job.
That sounds like the military. They want you to bail out a swimming pool with a Dixie cup.
Exactly. And the Dixie cup has 5 toothpick holes in it.
Nah.
That's
Yeah, that sounds like military, all right. Make you have to clean up the bathroom with a freaking toothbrush. Oh, and then have to use the toothbrush afterwards.
Oh, no. You didn't have to use the toothbrush afterwards, at least not until you scrubbed your drill sergeant's asshole with it.
Yeah,
Ew.
that's funny.
Sick and tired.
Now,
bitch.
now, not too long ago, I'm trying to put my time frame into perception because I go by ex-wives, which I had got 3 of them. But anyway, my second ex-wife, I found an old 1932 Ford pickup truck, like the one you see on the Waltons.
Aye.
It was sitting out in the middle of a field, and it looked like it was made yesterday. It had been sitting up under the trees and protected from the weather. And I looked at that thing for I don't know how long. I never could find who owned it. It still had the old hand crank that goes in the front of it to crank it up with.
Yep.
Like it looked just like the one like John Boy Walton drove around. I mean, it was pretty close to it. That whole field was slam full of old tractors and a couple of Army trucks and God knows what else out there. I mean, it was slam full of stuff, but I never could find the owner.
No, I'd have been interested in that. I can't talk right now. What the fuck? I would have loved to have owned that.
I was out hunting one day, and I accidentally walked up on them.
Yeah.
Of course, I didn't want to mess with them because I didn't want to get shot.
Well, that's a smart idea.
Oh, say shit.
Yeah. you don't go walking up on folks you don't know. That way you don't get shot.
Exactly. Especially in America.
I wasn't into no buckshot in my ass.
What was it? Not Chris Rock. Oh God, who's the comedian I'm thinking of? He was talking about buying a shotgun, and the dude, and he was saying, I need a gun right now, and he says, all right, here's a shotgun, 12 gauge. Now, what do you want? Do you want birdshot or do you want buckshot? Well, what's the difference? Well, birdshot, it's just gonna pepper a guy. He ain't gonna hurt nothing. He ain't gonna die. It's just gonna hurt a little bit. And he says, now buckshot, this will put a hole in a pickup truck. And he says, Well, hey, you know what's going to be the thing that stops a white man as a home intruder? And the funniest thing I thought about that was he decided to use white man. You know,
Well, white man.
yeah, but he's God. What is his name? He's notorious for being anti-racist black dude. Chappelle.
Oh, Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle. You know, he always turns racism on its ear, and he's like, you know what? Fuck you. You know, I'm be as racist as I fucking want, as long as you understand it's a joke.
Right. That's the whole funny shit about it. Dude literally did the fucking skit where he was the self-hating black man, self-hating blind black man.
Yeah.
Leader of the only black ever Grand Dragon or whatever that was. It was the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. I laughed so hard I pissed myself.
But he doesn't give a flying fuck about racism. He's just like, we're just people. Laugh, motherfuckers.
Yep. You got to realize, back in our day, we could make jokes about stuff like that, and everybody didn't get their panties in a wad.
Yeah.
Well, hell, even when I was a kid, as long as it was understood, dude, we're just joking. It's just a joke.
Look at the movie Blazing Saddles.
That is the best. Yeah.
I will tell you a joke that I actually made of my brother. All right. And this man is my adopted brother, yo. There's no bullshit lie. This is the man that called me earlier today. He was actually climbing up in a tree, and I was yelling at him to get out of the tree because the staff were, doing shit. And so, they were coming out to come and give us trouble because we were in the same juvenile hall together. Anyways, I threw a rock at this motherfucker and knocked him out the tree. And just off the top of my head, I wasn't even thinking about it at the time, but I just said, hey, look, everybody, darkness falls.
I know. Oh, son of that's good. That's it's bad and it's good both at the same time. I love it.
No, it was funny though. That was the whole thing. It was a joke. Everybody knew it was a fucking joke. Dude, we were thick as thieves in this place, dude. We were
Oh.
There's a reason why he's my adopted brother, all right?
But back
Dude is literally darker than night, and I made this joke, and everybody just fell out laughing their asses off. Like, it couldn't have been funnier, dude. Like, you just see this dude just fuck out of the tree. Hey, look, everybody, darkness falls.
That's I can literally see the scenario right in my mind's eye. That is hilarious.
But everybody back in our day or beyond, they didn't take all this shit personal. Everybody made a joke out of it and laughed it off, regardless of your skin color.
Yeah. No, it was always a joke until somebody decided to go up and fucking get in your face over it, like, it's not funny. And you'd be like, all right, fine. It's not funny. Okay, I'm sorry. And then, you go about your day and your business, whatever. If it was a matter of,
Oh, I'm gonna have to tell you.
On it? All right, no, now you're gonna be made of fun more just because you put yourself there. But it was like, I could understand why that would hurt your feelings. Okay, I'm sorry.
But,
the straight out the gate one. But if they
You
continue
can
that, he was like,
you
yeah,
can
you're.
you can also tell when a man is serious or not too. Most of the time.
Most of the time, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can
Well,
look at facial expressions and tell whether they're being an asshole or not. You know.
no. Song, you can tell when a man is serious, but you can't tell when a man is serious.
No,
Oh, you mean?
ma'am. It's
Oh,
ma'am.
you mean the manly man?
I'm saying you can tell when a dude is serious. You can't tell when a man is serious because they don't have any testicles.
Well, they do, but they're held up in a rubber band so tight you couldn't be able to tell that they actually have a lower pitch voice.
You know what?
Sorry.
Deathclaw, you know what I told my father? My father's 93 years old. I made a joke with him the other night. We were talking about all this
Yeah.
mixed military bullshit with all these transgenders and all that crap.
Fuck that
And
bullshit.
I told him, I said, you know what? If they was to stick me in a damn foxhole with a transgender, they would call it friendly fire.
They were gonna stick me in a foxhole with a transgender. They'd call it homicide 1.
Wow.
The hell with the enemy. They would call it friendly fire. I would shoot him first.
See, they
Shoot.
stuck you in a foxhole with somebody who's more concerned about the
I
fact they
wouldn't bother
broke a
with the
nail.
bullets.
I'll put it this way:
Bother with
if they
bullets.
stuck you in a foxhole with somebody's more concerned about that they broke a nail than the motherfucker bullets is coming in the other direction.
There's
I'm
a
gonna
reason.
take
There's
the
a
pin out of
reason
the
they give.
pineapple grenade,
There's
I'm
a
gonna say,
reason
"You
they
know
give
what?
us
Hold
fuckers
it."
in a
I'm gonna
foxhole with
dive back the
bayonet.
fucking hole. Boom! Back in.
Exactly. They would shit. They would shit their pants the first bullet that came by their head.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No, you can't say that. They wouldn't shit their pants. They'd have a tampon bleed.
Tampon bleed. That's funny.
That is not for that hole.
But out of all due seriousness, the subject we got on is we're fixing to get into a 3-front war. We're going to bite off more than we can damn chew.
Yeah, and I've got a nephew that just joined the Army Guard, and I told the little shit, you made a mistake.
Poor bastard. Look,
I love the little fucker. He is the most awesome, dedicated little dude I've ever met. But when he joined, I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, back when I was going to go join up, maybe.
5 years ago, he wasn't old enough.
Right. That's what I understand, but this is what I'm saying, you know.
Yeah.
At this particular exact point in time, it's not that, you know, we don't love our country. It's a matter of we do not love our government, and these dumbasses are being, you know, they're being worse to the people at home than they are to our enemies. They're allowing our enemies to hurt the people who are here at home, and that is something we can't abide by. So, you know, rather than being off somewhere where we're going to be useless, we'd rather be here.
But Deathclaw, I'll tell you my situation. I'm now 65 years old. But I remember filling out the draft, and in 1975, I was coming up and being a senior in high school. And Nixon called a ceasefire on Vietnam in 1975. I graduated in 1976, so they never did call me, I guess because they didn't need me.
Yeah. Well,
I remember filling out that draft when I was in high school for Vietnam.
Ended the draft, but they never ended the selective service. So I ended up filling out pretty much the same card. Only difference was that on mine I had to fill in the portion that said Minuteman, because they had active duty. They had I might serve in a couple of years, They had, I do not want to serve because I do not, I don't consent to this government.
Yeah,
I'm a-
conscientious victor.
I'm assuming as soon as I graduated, they would have handed me a rifle and I would have been over in Saigon.
Well, I figured about the same thing when I went and I signed my selective service. Because we were already in Afghanistan for what, 5 years already.
That was before the day.
At this point, I'm going to go and I'm going to volunteer, or I'm going to end up over there anyways. What the fuck,
Everything that we've been engaged in since World War II has been a proxy war.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, Death Call, thank you for your service, sir.
You're welcome, and don't ever say that again.
Well, my father served 2 terms in Nam and 1 in Korea.
That's why, I said, yes, I agree. Now, that being said, I understand why you not be considering it as something worthy of being thanked for. Still, you had the balls to go and do it in the first place.
The thing about it is, Death Claw had no choice. He's out there, doing what he had to do to try to keep his ass from being shot off.
Yeah.
Am I right or am I wrong?
That's not why I was saying what I was saying. The reason why I says what I was saying is because you had the balls to do it in the first place. That's what's important. And draft or otherwise, you still had another option. Wasn't a pretty one, but you weren't so much of a pussy that you turn around and say, I'd rather take the one pretty one.
I mean, I'm assuming Death Claw that you were, pretty young when you enlisted.
I was 19.
That's what I was figuring. So you were probably looking for a paycheck at the time.
No, I didn't give a fuck about the paycheck. I chose to serve because I believed in the Constitution.
Right. Reason we all didn't sign up in the first place.
I could have been perfectly happy living where I'm working right now on my family business, but I chose to serve the country because I believed in the Constitution. And I look at it nowadays as my time in service was wasted. Thank you, Joe Biden. You stupid. I want to say things that'll get this live stream canceled, and I'll just shut up.
I agree with you outright. I fucking agree with you. Fuck you, Joe Biden, you freaking pedophile son of a bitch, hair sniffing, hairy legged fuck.
You forgot ice cream eating.
Yeah, ice cream eating little turd burglar.
Yeah. All right.
They need to put that son of a bitch in an old folks home, in a convalescent home, feeding ducks stale bread by the pond.
No, that's a little too good for the motherfucker. They need to put him. They need to put him in the same consequences and same home that he recommends for the rest of us, which means basically he needs to be in a $3.50 an hour healthcare center.
I'll put it this way to you, and I think you might agree with me on this. That's the same son of a bitch that never went and served a day in his fucking life, and he's going and having people have to go and run over there and have to fight proxy wars in another fucking country. Why not take his ass and stuff him over there with a fucking bayoneted gun on his back and a fucking World War I doughboy helmet on, and let's see what have he do. Because the matter of the fact is that's what what those boys are fighting with over in the. That's also a lot of the time that's what our militia is fighting with. So yeah, stuff that motherfucker in that old school shit and stick him over there and see what the fuck he does. But they're yelling at me.
That,
What are you saying,
that's
song?
yeah. I was
Shoot
joking
back.
with. I was joking with my father the other night, and I told him, I said, if he gets old Putin pissed off and he sends an ICBM over here, I hope it goes right through the front door of the fucking White House.
Actually, as funny as that would be, I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't.
I
Yeah.
was kind of. It was kind of in a. Those nukes ain't funny, but
No, it's total in jest. I know you're joking in deadly earnest, cuz, but yeah, we all know that it's in jest because no, that would
But-
not be pretty because of what the rest of us have to deal with afterwards.
but I was talking about an ICBM enema.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of you and I get the joke. Not everybody would get that joke.
We get the joke, but I swear, the libtards will be like, oh, they're warmongers. No, we're just making fun of an asshole.
Well,
yeah.
the funny thing about
there's
the funny
nothing
thing
further
about-
from a warmonger than you will find right here beneath me on this particular right now. This man hates war by all stretch of the imagination. The only war he believes in is putting his foot up your ass for being stupid. So get that out your head right now. He's saying it as a joke.
that the thing about it is, in today's modern age, after World War II, every pissant country in the world has got one of them son of a bitches, and all it's going to take is one asshole to push a button. One asshole. And as soon as that one goes,
what is it that they said? Einstein said World War III will be what? And World War IV will be sticks and stones.
I know not what World War III will be fought with, but I know for certain that World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones.
Even the country of Israel has got 90 of them.
Now, World War III will be fought with nuclear weapons, and World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones.
No, actually, I believe that it was. He didn't say nuclear weapons. He actually did. He thought that nuclear weapons would never be used.
But you
That
notice
was one of the things between Einstein, Fermi, and
have y'all noticed? Have y'all noticed in today's day and age, that's all they do now is they saber rattle.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I can saber rattle all day.
Saber rattle, yeah.
I can saber rattle all day. I got one.
No. The saber rattling is over. World War III has already started.
Well, maybe.
Iran and North Korea hate us, especially Iran.
Yep.
Iran hates us. North Korea hates us. Saudi Arabia hates us. The whole of the Middle East hates us. The whole of the Middle East hates Jerusalem and Israel. We are on the cusp of World War III. And when it happens, nobody is safe.
I agree with you 100%. 100%.
Well, yeah, when it happens, certainly nobody's going to be safe because here's the thing. Lately, war has all been about warheads on foreheads. Now, here's where, me and a lot of folks who do the whole prepping community shit and whatnot, this is where we differ. The war that America will see in our own backyards is not going to be nuclear. You're not going to see nukes here. You're prepping for something that is not going to come. Because the thing is, and also a question goes with this, why would they disarm the public? The thing is, we're going through the first ever infiltration invasion in American history. Not the first ever invasion, but the first ever infiltration invasion.
It's called an implosion.
Basically, the way that they do it is they get their lackeys into government so that they can start getting people in. Okay, then they, whether or not it's through immigration or it's through
Immigration. Yeah, okay.
tourism or what have you, to quote one of our colonels from West Point in 2001, or no, sorry, I believe he said this in like early 2000. Quote, tourist into place, end quote. And then these special forces will then secure small locations, secure small arms, be able to utilize their knowledge in order to take down certain key infrastructure, which then allows for the larger invasion force to take place.
I look at it this way. When I look out my front door and I see a Chinese fucking tank going by, we got a problem.
Right?
When you see a Chinese tank going by, it's already too late.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
This is shit straight from West Point. These are the people that, we pay them lots and lots and lots of fucking money to make sure that never happens. And this is what they're saying is going to happen. A decade ago, 2 decades ago. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, wait.
A lot of people don't realize in 1963, we were within a cunt hair of blowing the whole fucking world up with Cuba.
Yep.
A cunt hair.
You know what?
The Bay of Pigs incident.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't happen because of a few individuals who came together in confluence to stop it from happening. A perfect storm, if you will. Which, that's what leads to a lot of people's, quantum physics bullshit that me and them kind of have an argument with. But that's neither here nor there. What I'm on about is that they use that as justification in the modern day for standing to this nuclear deterrence when nuclear weapons have they've begun to lose their fear factor a little bit. Not a lot,
which is a mistake.
Yes, very big. Mistake.
I'm not interested in my balls glowing in the dark.
Neither is I.
Well, hey, I am. That way I can jack off without a nightlight.
I'm sorry. That was funny. Anyway.
Hey, I got to lighten the mood somehow.
Anyways, my point was, we've lost our...
I guess the whole point about the whole thing is that nuclear shit ain't cool at all. It ain't cool at all.
Well, it is and it isn't. Nuclear energy is the most efficient way to power the country, but nuclear war is terrifying.
Well, let me put it this way. Nuclear is the tantamount of efficiency. You can power a country or completely destroy a country. And all you need to do,
you can either sustain it or you can destroy it with one flick of a switch.
Or you can have the same problems with 10 Mile Island or Chernobyl, and those kind of fucking places that fuck everything up within 100 miles of it.
No, but the nuclear energy is so easy to control these days that it's laughable that it's still a non-viable issue. People scream nuclear energy is dangerous. Not if it's controlled in the proper power plants.
Right.
We could run the entire fucking world off nuclear energy if we would just stop trying to make it into bombs.
Right. Let me point something out to you. We've had fusion technology since the 60s, fusion bombs. Just recently, they had their first successful test of fusion for powering a power plant. Just recently.
Steel.
And
Hello.
it was barely
Brilliant.
even enough to give any kind of net gain. Whereas they're talking about a new machine recently that they're able to utilize magnetic fields in order to, basically drive electricity without having to do anything other than running that fusion within the machine's magnetic field. And that could give us net gains of 3 or 4 times what the original tokamak could. So then, you turn around and you say, well, if we've got this clean nuclear energy and all this other shit, why are we still running these other fucking plants? I'll tell you right now. Right now. It's because that's how you make bombs.
Yep. All right. Hey, I'm going to step away for about 2 minutes. I need to go get some more ice for my scotch.
All right. We'll be here.
Are you going to get some more scotch for your ice?
No, I need one more ice cube for my metal snifter of scotch.
Well, we'll be here. So, but yeah, as I was saying, that's literally how you make a bomb. You need to have what is called a breeder reactor. Breeder reactors create the plutonium from the raw uranium. Well, not the raw uranium, from the refined uranium.
We didn't even have this technology until the Germans came over here from after World War II.
We kind of did. We were on the same track as the Germans, and the Germans were on the same track as us, and the Russians were not far behind us. And in all reality, when you look at it, when you look at what the different physicists were working on, they all had the basic concepts right. It was just the matter of the size of the pile that you needed, the type of stuff that you needed in particulars, and how to refine it and get everything perfect in order to get a sustainable fission implosion. And that in turn, that's where we came out ahead, because we had the material, we had, by the end of the war, certainly, but even in the middle of the war, we had the physicists, and we had a general understanding that you had to refine this stuff by about the midpoint of the war. So it wasn't, it wasn't like you were just going to get away with, gathering up a bunch of this double isotope or whatever and get something out of it. We actually understood we had to refine it and even breed a stronger fissile material from refined stock, and that's what made bombs possible. So when it comes down to it,
I'm sorry. I just came in and read a comment from Valiant Thor. Nuclear would give us energy independence. Well, yeah, you're right. We'd go back to horsepower.
I mean, it would give us energy independence one way or another.
We'd be right back to horsepower.
But the funny thing about it is the missiles that we got nowadays make Hiroshima look like a damn firecracker.
Oh, God, you have no idea.
Yeah, I was about to say, you really have no idea. Let's talk about turning stars into black holes, shall we? Yes, one of the reasons why I am really, really, really against fucking nuclear weapons is because of a particular type, a specific nuclear weapon that was theorized, not even actually utilized, but was theorized due to cosmic physics.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Tesla was involved in a lot of that stuff.
Iron 91.
Oh, you did not just say that.
What, Iron 91?
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you take the headway on this one. I'm just gonna shut my mouth up because I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so it was called the black hole bomb, and this was theorized back during the early years when we first figured out nuclear weapons and you know what was inferred by it. The theory of relativity infers that the terminus of a star would be a infinitely dense point in space. This infinitely dense point in space was finally observed, you know, recently, but even then it was not only theorized, it had been like the effects that it had on the cosmos had been observed by then, long since by then. So what they did was they said, well, if this is what you know causes a star to collapse, could we weaponize it? Of course, this is the way the military fucking works. Could we weaponize it? And it was theorized that iron in the center of a star would cause the fusion reaction to completely die.
Yes.
And so, if there was iron in the center of a star, of course it would be neutron dense. If it's neutron dense, then it's not basic iron 90. It has to be a radioactive isotope of it. There are 3 radioactive isotopes of iron.
I'm going to tell you.
93 and 98, which also happens to be strontium. If you didn't know.
I'm going to tell you what's so ironic.
Isotopes of iron break down into other isotopes on the periodic table. For instance, 98 breaks down to radioactive 98 iron breaks down to strontium. Radioactive 93 breaks down to, I believe it was radium, which breaks down into
Gallium,
radon gas, and so on and so forth. And then radioactive 91, which goes directly from being radioactive to being stable iron.
Regardless of the strength of this shit, when these motherfuckers in Washington, D.C. start a fucking nuke war, they're going to go hide in their little fucking bunkers while we're out here dealing with it.
Well, in order to create the black hole off of this, they had to first create fusion with that iron, okay, with that radioactive iron. So what they did was they figured out that if you took radioactive iron 91 and radioactive potassium and you smash them together really, really, really fast, you could get a reaction out of it that would create fission first and then fusion implosion. And then this in turn would create enough neutron boost that the iron left over would be radioactive iron 91. And this would cause the fusion reaction to collapse in on itself, creating a black hole. There you go.
And we all would have a new asshole.
Oh no, we'd have the same asshole.
Yes, we would all have the same asshole. It'd be a big black hole. But you get what I'm saying, though. That's what that was the Iron 91. That's actually what the whole project was called, Iron 91. they figured out how to make a black hole, which was a self-sustaining black hole. They never did it. They didn't want to find out.
But it was like I was telling you, cuz in today's modern military and our congressmen and our senators, they pick a motherfucking fight, and it reminds me of you being out on the schoolyard and your friends go over there and punch the schoolyard bully in the fucking face, and then they stick you in the ring and let you want to finish the fight.
Right? Well, because this is the thing. You know how in my book I've got this thing called the celestial compactor? That is based off of the Iron 91. That's actually based off of Iron 91, Project Iron 91. The celestial compactor basically takes a star and turns it into a black hole, sucks everything into the black hole.
It sounds like a bunch of it sounds like a bunch of Star Trek shit to me, but
Yeah, a lot of people would think it's Star Trek shit until you actually look at the physics and you go, holy fuck. That is some scary fucking shit that it's that possible. You could literally you could turn the sun into nothing and nobody would know it for 8 minutes.
I personally think the fallout will be worse than the bomb itself.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah, there's not going to be a blade of grass or a fucking grasshopper for 1,000 miles.
Well, here's the thing, though. Fusion bombs are considered to be clean, but then there's a problem with that because fusion creates a neutron flux. Neutron flux is normally what creates heavier radioactive isotopes of whatever those neutrons bombard.
Well, with our human body, we're vastly made up of water. That shit's going to greatly alterate our fucking genetic DNA.
Well, I wouldn't say so much as that, but it could change the it could change the water that's in your body into tritium. Instead of standard deuterium hydrogen, you'd end up with tritium hydrogen in the water called heavy water. And light water. That's light water. And if you took that tritium water and then, it stays in your system for longer than normal, the breakdown point of tritium is over millions and millions and millions of years. But if that tritium has been around for fucking ever anyways, it's already breaking down, right? Well, this in turn could cause you to get cancer because all of a sudden it releases gamma particles.
Hell, an average healthy man doesn't live to be 100 years old.
Right.
Your average human does not make it to 100 years old. And that's without a nuke.
That's without a nuke. Imagine that, now we do have to deal with this. This is a situation that is creeping up on us slowly, as a species, but certainly also as, individuals who have sort of, I guess we'll say, tested Mother Nature and come out sitting here like not too purty.
Death Cross.
Yes, what?
I thought this was awful funny. When I was like in the 6th grade, I remember we used to have them damn fallout drills in my school where they make us get under the fucking desk.
Duck and cover.
Yeah, and put the math book over your head. And I got to thinking about it. What the fuck is this damn math book gonna damn do?
That brings something else to my mind that I told you about, cuz
the only damn thing the math book was gonna do is if it had lead paint in the typewriting.
Lead paint in the typewriting.
Well, here's the thing. You ever heard of the Leilani Bar in Hawaii?
Yeah.
Okay, the Leilani Bar used to have this old wooden placard that sat in the back. And it was the 10 rules to survive the nuclear bomb. Rule number 10 said, bend over, stick your head between your knees, and kiss your ass
goodbye.
Which refers back to rule number 1.
Now, the only way to
rule number 1.
The only physical way to survive a nuclear bomb is don't be there.
Yep. No, rule number 1. Rule number 1 of the whole thing was don't drop the bomb. That on the whole damn placard, it literally was in bold white print across the top. Don't drop the bomb.
But it will.
But out of all due seriousness, these dumb son of a bitches don't know what the fuck they're playing with.
Well, actually,
no, it's not so much that they don't know; they don't care.
Exactly.
Isn't that called mutual assured destruction?
Yeah. Pardon my puddings. I'll be right back. I gotta go take a piss.
I can't help you with that. Yeah, I believe they call that mutual assured destruction.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what they call it.
You know, it's fuck you, fuck me. You know.
No, it's fuck you, fuck me. Who's next?
Yeah, next. Yeah, but all that messing up with pure T insanity. There's not going to be a winner out of it. There is going to be no winner.
Yeah. No, so Valiant, Seymour, what's up, guys, or gals, or whatever your
I can't see I can't see the chat.
Well, I've got 2 monitors, so I've got the chat in one window and you and Guardsman in another. So
can you see my avatar?
Yeah, the cannon.
That is an original Confederate 6-pounder. An original.
Huh.
We keep it down in Charleston, South Carolina, at the Citadel.
No, I was actually stationed near there for a while, so I'm familiar with it.
It's got
not the cannon itself, but I'm familiar with the Citadel.
The cannon was captured at the Battle of Chickamauga in 1865. 1864, excuse me.
Inaccurate information from your nuclear guy.
Yeah,
Valiant, that's hilarious. Thank you.
How inaccurate is that? Tell me, Valiant. Go ahead and tell me how inaccurate yonder Iron 91 was, because I'm not the guy who exposed that here on the interwebs. That's another fellow who actually worked at fucking Los Alamos. So, what were you saying?
Yeah, y'all lost me because I can't see the chat.
Okay, I was speaking to Valiant. He was making a little bit of a joke, and Guardsman called him out on it. I'm sorry, man, Valiant.
Oh, I will. I'll call you out on it, because I wasn't the one who exposed that. I was just sitting there and repeating what I've seen, heard, and learned. And I did a lot of years of just learning this shit. All right. When I was a kid, I was infatuated with Albert Einstein and Enrico Fermi and Niels Bohr and you name it. When it comes down to quantum physics, nuclear physics, astrophysics, I was just infatuated with it. Then I got into astrobiology. That was interesting too.
All right. I could see the chat. I'll read it for you, song. Okay, I got behind on it. Standard practice for theoretical physics here at Los Alamos, who work with. Okay, Goddamn dyslexia. Tritium.
Tritium. I think that's tritium.
Tritium. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Is set to a day aside and get to drinking. Okay. Tritium is a pure low energy beta emitter. MX equals 18.6 keV with a half-life of 12.43 years.
Energy maximum is equal to 18.6 kilo electron volts. Yes, I actually studied this.
Watching
I'm just saying, it's a much longer period of time for the tritium to break down than it actually takes for it to run through your system. You find tritium in water all the time. It's present in the oceans. It wasn't just put there by us.
I got some real scientific knowledge right here. Warheads on foreheads equals 4 sets of balls and 3 eyeballs.
Well, hey, if I got 4 sets of balls and 3 eyeballs, ladies beware.
ladies beware.
We joke about it, but
Look at my fucking name. Deathclaw Jedi, Fallout and Wizard. Seriously. I look at the world of nuclear physics and I go, hey, we're all gonna die sometime. I might as well make a joke about it. Fallout, Deathclaw from the video game. Jedi, Wizard. Well, it's magical.
Hey, who knows this particular one, by the way?
I don't think any of us have got a choice in the matter about all this bullshit.
If you didn't know what I was doing right there, that's the old that's the Fallout.
That's a Fallout boy.
It's like that's Atom Boy.
Yeah,
Fallout Boy.
That's Fallout Boy, and the myth, the myth of him, with one eye open and one eye closed, gauging the cloud is just that a myth.
Yeah, if you can see the mushroom cloud, you're close enough to get hit by that blast wave. Not necessarily by the anything else. You're definitely going to feel the short-term radiation, but long-term, you may not have to deal with that.
What did I remind?
If you're close enough to actually see the freaking mushroom cloud, you're gonna get that short burst high density gamma.
If I'm close enough to see the mushroom cloud, I'm gonna do one of 3 things. 1, I'm gonna die. 2, I'm gonna turn into a ghoul and talk like this. Or 3, I'm gonna die.
Grab your lawn chair and a beer. Grab your lawn chair and a beer.
See,
fuck that. I'm gonna break open the 100-year-old bottle of scotch I've got in my closet that I've been waiting to drink until my father and mother celebrate their 70th wedding anniversary.
See, I want to believe that, Cole. I want to. I really do, because honestly, I've seen that experiment, and I want to believe that you were on that. That's one of those kind of I'm not claiming any shit that way. I know better. The stuff I worked on, it was entirely theoretical at the time. I was even part of the think tank, and I was part of the think tank. I wasn't even part of the experiments taking place. I was just part of the think tank. Like, theoretically, what is this? Theoretically, what is that? What does the math say? This, that, and the other. So
you remember that old cartoon of that Martian dude who got my P-29 space modulator?
Q-27 PX space modulator. There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Yeah, the Earth was supposed to go kaboom.
There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. Where's my kaboom?
Marvin the Martian.
Marvin the Martian. Yeah, that's it. Marvin the Martian.
What in the tarnation? Oh, that's somebody else.
No. Sorry, that was Hank Hill. Yeah, wrong cartoon.
What?
What in the tarnation? No, sorry, wrong cartoon. Hank Hill.
Or
How
Yosemite
was that Hank
Sam.
Hill?
That's
I think that was Yosemite Sam. I'm the rootinest, tootinest, highfalutinist, best of back and then all the tarnation.
Okay. I can see Yosemite Sam in there, but what in the tarnation really is really Hank Hill.
Hank Hill.
Okay, there's a difference. All right, there's
there's a different vocal inflection between
Yeah.
what you were doing and what I heard. I heard Hank Hill. What in the tarnation, Bobby? And what in the tarnation, rootinest, tootinest, goddamn tootinest.
Yeah.
You were doing Yosemite Sam, and I heard Hank Hill because I heard what in the tarnation, and I was thinking, God damn it, Bobby.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite ones to do. Is God damn it, Bobby.
Valiant Thor, why has every single message you put in the chat been redacted for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7? What
Because
Valiant bleep did you say?
Valiant Thor is actually somebody who came in here before and trolled me about guns.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Valiant Thor's been blocked here.
Well, Death Claw and Cuss, my megabytes is starting to wear down real quick. My gigabytes, megabytes, whatever the hell you call it.
You're on a phone, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll talk to you later, Song. You have a very good night. I'm sorry you're on a phone.
Y'all have. I'm not fond of modern day electronics anyway. Y'all have a wonderful day, and I'll talk at you later, cuz.
Bye con Dios, mi amigo.
Bye.
Bye con Dios. Thanks for coming up here, cuz.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Dude, he's an awesome guy. I like him.
So the reason why Thor is blocked is because he come in here the other day and I was sitting there talking about how, if we arm every single person, they have the opportunity to defend themselves. Doesn't mean that they are going to, doesn't mean that they have to. They just have the opportunity to. Rather than saying, well, you can't defend yourself because, at one point in time you were a piece of garbage. And he was sitting there telling me something about how we need to take all the guns off the road, off the streets and whatnot. And I was like,
what?
Yeah. So we had a little bit of an argument, and then I turned around and I pointed out to him, dude, you're starting to sound like a troll. And then he started to troll in earnest, and I blocked him.
Okay. Well, that's your channel. That's your business. I mean, hell, if you block me one day, that's your business.
Yeah, but this is entirely different. This was like we knew that he was coming in there just to start shit, which is why when you look at his shit now, yeah, some of that is actually factual. Like the 12 years half-life. Okay, it's a half-life. But if there's tritium on the planet that's been here thousands of years. So, anyways, okay.
Yeah, no, I got no idea what's going on here. I'm taking you on your word because I just see like 15 messages from Valiant Thor, and he's got a wrench next to his name, and it's message redacted. And I'm like,
Valiant Thor came in here the other time and was actually blocked. They don't have a wrench. They just think they have a wrench because they went and they did the little spiel on the side. They don't really have a wrench.
Whatever.
No, I blocked them. So
it was just funny to me. I'm like, why is this moderator blocked?
They're not.
It's like goddamn stutter.
They're not blocked. I mean, they're not moderators.
That doesn't make sense. Stop
Yeah.
stuttering. Come on, Puck. Figure it out. Ugh.
It's not you, brother. It's stress.
No. I understand it's not me, but it's one of those deals. I look at it and it, my brain goes, bah.
Understandable. That's why I was sitting there like, it was a bit of a mind fuck for me when he came back in here and had a blue wrench. I'm like, I didn't give you that back. But anyways, yeah, he come in here the other day and was arguing with me about, just guns and this and that and the other, and then started calling me a piece of garbage and this and that and the other, trash mouthing me and shit, trying to bully me. That's when when he crossed the line from being, okay, no, we're just having a peaceful argument. We're having a peaceful debate, rather, to taking it to the level of, bro, look, I'll take any kind of shit you want to throw at me, but it's a whole different story when you're sitting there and you're trying to badmouth people and you're trying to just straight up be a bully to people. That's different. All right. Look,
Yeah.
we went to a point and then we crossed beyond it. That was the whole deal. It wasn't a matter of, oh, I just specifically one day singled him out because he was like, I was feeling hard. No.
Yeah, well, anyway, moving on. Let's Valiant Thor issue resolved.
Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. He's come in here several times and trolled the shit out of me just because he's like, oh, I worked here, this, that, and the other. I did all this, that, and the other. I'm like, okay, great, fine. I spent the first 25 years of my life researching and understanding physics, biology, chemistry, mathematics, and
I spent the first 24 years of my life in the military and jacking off.
to each their own. I'm just saying, since I didn't have the enjoyment of the military, I had to put my effort somewheres.
Hey, well, at least you didn't spend all your time jerking off on Playboy magazine like I did.
Better be careful. You grow hair on your palms and go blind.
I'm sorry. Who said that? Where are you?
It's a joke, by the by.
No, I got it.
No, I know that you got it. I'm sitting there saying it to other folks like, seriously, that is not real. That's just a joke. Because folks tend to take shit seriously when they come on my channel. They're like, no, dude, you don't understand. Look, we cut up. We do all sorts of fucking stupid shit here. I have actually been known on one occasion at least to have tackled a couple of stacked up fucking trash cans. It is not like we don't do crazy, stupid shit here. Of course, that was back on the bulletproof roofer, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes, I stacked up a couple of freaking those trundle around city trash cans, one on top of the other, and tackled them. I was about 18.
Oh God, the last time I remember being 18. Do you remember Johnny on a Horse or Buck? Where you have like five dudes, all in a line, tucked under each other, and everybody tried to jump on top of your back. It was a wrestler's game. And it was, how many people can you put on top of these 5 dudes until they collapse? It was a high school wrestlers game. Sounds gay as hell, but it isn't. I think my internet just dropped off.
My computer's being a chuckle fuck. It's not your fault.
Well, fuck, I thought it was on my end because my internet drops off once in a while for like 5 to 15 minutes.
Happens here too.
That's what happens when you're on copper wire internet.
Well, I'm on Wi-Fi internet and happens here too.
I've got copper wire phone lines at my place, and it'll just drop off at the drop of a hat, and I'm like, oh, hey, I was in the middle of a conversation and nothing.
Yeah. I've got fiber optics. Doesn't make a fucking difference.
That's good to know.
I literally actually have. I have what's it called? Ziply fiber.
Okay, some fiber optic company that I've never heard of.
Yeah, they're up here in the Pacific Northwest. Anyways, they put in my internet and it does the same damn thing. It's just like every now and then I'll have it just blip out for 5 seconds and be like,
oh hell,
well, where'd I go?
I'd love 5 seconds.
No.
When my internet drops off, it drops off for like 5 to 25 minutes.
Yeah, I was saying that's just the norm. It's like 5-6 seconds, or about half a minute sometimes. But I've had those ones where it'll go for 5 fucking hours. I'm like,
yeah.
What the hell, man? I'll drive down. I'll run the freaking lines. I'll go walk down the lines and something like that. Playing old lineman.
Unplug the router. Unplug the modem. And do the whole 9 yards.
Yep. I've done all of that, and then I'll walk. Like I said, I'll walk the lines all the way down to the main box. Nothing wrong with it. Sit there and call up Ziply Fiber. We don't know what's wrong, sir.
Okay. Are your internet lines overhead or underground?
They're overhead, but
okay. You see, all of my phone lines, all of my internet lines are underground, and they're all copper wire.
Okay, we have no choice but to have them overhead because it's the base of the Cascades.
Well, I live in an area where they can't be overhead. They have to be underground. And the only place that the only 2 places that I'm worried about are, one, there's a culvert over a creek that I'm worried about beavers chewing through it. Mm-hmm. And the other place is a place where it's a sinkhole where if any tractor ever sinks down into it in my hayfield, it will split the cable. But it's all copper lines.
Yeah. See,
it's the same copper line that my grandmother and my great grandmother had running out here between 1921 and today.
All right. Well, here's the trip of it, bro. I got the fiber optic ones. Ziply has come out here and replaced those cables for the last 4 years running. I've been here 3 years.
Ay, Dios mío, Santa Maria.
So yeah, once a year, every year.
I'm sorry. I'm lucky, and you're fucked.
Yeah. Once a year, every year, they come out here and they replace the cables. Because it's just like,
Ay,
well,
Dos Milibus Sancta Maria.
fucking degradation. But yeah, that's what they do, man. It's like, well, let's see how much we can rob you today. Like, come on, man. I was saving more money using my cell phone straight. Oh, man. Damn thing won't light. She won't light, Captain.
It don't have the power.
Oh, Captain, I can't do it. The dilithium crystals are starting to melt down. She just don't have the power. Give me all you got, Scotty.
Okay, I've got a question for you. Where you're heating with firewood, you have a cross shredder paper shredder.
No.
You should get
I
one.
don't have this.
You should get one, and you should buy wax in the grocery store.
I do have that.
You can make fire starters out of cross shredded paper from for mail you don't want anything to do with junk mail, or
You just
even
made me remember something. It's a trick that I learned from literally doing it. I just I took a thing of paraffin wax like such and just carve it off into the top of a coffee filter.
Yep, coffee filter.
And that acts like a wick. And then that will all just, boil down. It'll boil itself down because it's all shavings. And then turn itself into
a nice little fire starter.
Actually, because it'll thermally crack.
Yep. No, but I make fire starters all the time at my place, and I've got paraffin wax that I buy from the grocery store, and I use shredded paper from any kind of bill or financial statement or junk mail that I get, and I just shred it up and I stick it in a cupcake tin, and I make these little fire starters. I throw them into my fireplace and cook them off, and they're great for starting log fires. Especially
well, you see what I did here, right?
Kindling. Yeah,
Thin shavings of wax.
Yeah, I see it.
And then I'll take that and I'll gather up, about yay much in a coffee filter, bundle it up like such, and now you've got a candle.
Indeed.
Or a stove, depending on what you need. Or fire starter brick. And it burns itself completely away.
No, you got the right idea. I agree.
Yeah, this wood, I didn't want to split it down just because it's already split. Came from the store like that. Didn't want to have to do all of it because I already spent hours and hours and hours doing it with the other shit. Now it's like, well, I may end up having to fucking split it down anyways. Sometimes it'll light, sometimes it won't. But yeah, just bushcrafting knife, store-bought paraffin.
And
Chocolate puppy.
it's so easy that other people don't understand it. You can start a fire or keep a fire going with just the minimal effects of, you know, a little bit of paraffin, a little bit of paper.
Yep. And there it goes. Hopefully it'll stay lit this time.
Inside of the stove, it's a little bit harder. Inside of a dirt, not dirt stove, dirt fireplace,
Yeah.
a fire pit. It's easier.
Yeah. Yeah. That ought to get it started. Hopefully. Don't get your hopes up, right?
Well, I'm just waiting for my little brother to come up here for Thanksgiving. I've got a Jackery flashlight sticking into the kitchen, and I'm waiting for him to start clomping through. So whatever.
Well, that's one way to scare the shit out of your neighbor.
My neighbor is my old man, so ain't that hard to scare. Ain't that hard to scare anybody? But that old fucker, you better have a Grim Reaper mask and a scythe. He is unflappable.
just unstoppable. Motherfucker cannot be fucking scared by nothing. He just look at you like, man, go fucking lay down.
The only time I ever saw him scared was when there was a bull charging him and me at the same time, and I shoved him out of the road, and the bull beat the shit out of my knee and my ribs, and he grabbed a club out of thin air and was beating the crap out of the bull to try and get it off of me, because I was trying to, because when I shoved him out of the way, I was trying to get him away from getting beat by the bull.
Yeah. Mutual defense. I understand that strategy. I really do.
After he got the bull off of me, the adrenaline high I had, I jumped, pole vaulted, literally, not jumped, pole vaulted over top of a 10-foot fence and just crumpled onto the ground on the other side while he and two other guys dealt with the bull. But that bull was going to kill one of us. And I said, no, it's going to be me.
Yeah. Nowadays I carry a horse killer. So, you know, a horse pistol, I mean. So if I'm in that situation personally, I'd just pull steel and let loose, let fly, and be like, you know what? I'll pay you for your steer. I'm sorry.
In the situation we were in, you can't.
No.
The idea I agree with, but in the situation we were in, where he was coming at both of us, we were 3 foot apart. And
yeah, too close.
I shoved him out of the way, and the only thing I had the time to do was shove him out of the way and then get my knee and my ribs broken by the bull.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was no time to do anything.
There's no time
heroic.
to draw. You're fucked.
Yeah. No, I got the crap beat out of me, and now I still walk with a limp, and this was 5 years ago.
Damn, only 5 years ago?
Yeah. Only 5 years ago.
Now, mind you, I personally saw my dad scared all the fucking time, but he was just, you know, he was a bit of like a poser a little bit. Like he acted like a hard ass, but he really wasn't. Don't get me wrong, the motherfucker could fight. Like, he taught me Taekwondo. So,
Oh no, my old man. I'm sorry, but he is the hardest motherfucker on the face of the planet. You know, Chuck Norris has nothing on my father, and
right.
my dad is older than Chuck.
Well, see, my dad, he grew up in Guam on the base, and in Hawaii on the base, and in Idaho on the base, and in Caribou, Maine on the base, and in the backwoods and bayous of Gulfport, Mississippi.
You see, my old man grew up. My old man grew up in one place only, on a nice little cattle ranch, and every fucking thing he did was for the ranch.
Yeah. See, we didn't have that. We had, you know, sailors and Marines in our family. So, you know, they were constantly moving. And my dad, you know, he was like the super wimpy kid. He was the eldest. Go figure. But he was also like the super wimpy kid. And this was right up until he hit about a high school. Once he got to high school, everybody got the fuck out of his way. But it was right up until he got into high school. He was the wimpy, nerdy kid who liked to play around and, you know, jump motorcycles and liked to go shoot his daddy's guns and liked to be on the base and, you know, jog with the guys and whatnot. But, you know, it wasn't until he was just before he was in high school. My granddad finally just took him to the side and said, "Look, you're getting your ass kicked way too much. You need to learn how to fight." And my granddad proceeded to teach him, you know, Navy martial art, the Navy standard karate, martial arts, and Taekwondo. My dad got really fucking good at Taekwondo. It was just scary how good this guy was with Taekwondo. I mean, let me put it this way. All the people who have actually kicked at me, he is one of only 2 people who have ever landed a kick to my nuts.
You see, my old man, my old man was a Golden Gloves boxer in high school.
Them motherfuckers are scary.
You know, we're talking 1950-ish, 60, early 60s. Golden Gloves boxer.
Real fucking boxer. Holy shit.
He literally could whip the shit out of a goddamn donkey. We were talking about donkeys earlier. I'm sorry. My old man could knock a donkey out.
That I don't doubt. I'll be fair and honest. I've never in my life seen anybody ever pull this off. My dad tripped the emu.
I love that man to this day, and I swear he could knock a donkey out. And he used to box with me for fun.
Yeah,
and
I've never seen anybody pull this off.
He would whoop the shit out of me every fucking time. I'm in my 50s. He's in his 80-ish, 90. I'm not going to give you his exact age, and I'm not going to give you my exact age either.
Well, but don't worry about that.
I still can't whip this motherfucker, and he's damn near 90.
I'm going to point something out to you, brother. My dad was about 48, 49 years old. And at that age, with a swollen liver and a back that had been fused 3 times, This motherfucker still tripped an emu.
That is awesome. Your old man rocks. Your old man rocks.
Yeah, he still tripped a fucking emu, and like let me point out to you, my family, the men in my family do not live long. My life expectancy is 60 fucking years old. Every day beyond that is a godsend. So, the fact that my dad at 49 years old literally tripped a fucking emu with a fucking spinning back kick. I have never seen this shit ever done again. Ever. Just right in our front yard, neighbor's emu got out. My dad was just like, fuck this shit. That's a dangerous ass bird. Get inside. And I'm like, no, Dad, I can handle it. I trained to deal with these birds. I can get them back inside. My dad just comes right up right next to me and just whoop.
Pow!
That freaking emu hit its beak on the way down, man. I mean, just whoop.
Squawk and crumble.
Emus, their knees bend backwards. So
I'm aware of it.
When he kicked this emu, it didn't break its legs or nothing. No, he just put this fucker on its face. But it was funnier than hell. I have never seen anybody do that because, like you well know, an emu will kick you to death. They will actually, they've got that long claw just like a cassowary. They can freaking slice you open like a raptor would, Oh, man, I've never seen somebody pull that off. He whooped that emu's ass. And this was, I was probably 19, 20, somewhere in there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
I was never in my life compared to my dad.
That sounds like my old man. Seriously, I've never seen anybody punch a cow and win, but he did.
I wouldn't call punching a cow.
He literally cold cocked, full on right hooked a cow and knocked her out.
Whoa. Damn.
And this motherfucker, Dad just went crack, and the cow went boom, straight to the ground.
I've only ever seen something like that done once before. I was in LA. And this was not a cow, mind you. This was just a dude that was about the size of a cow. And it was just a street brawl, mind you. This wasn't even my dad. It was just somebody out there in the freaking street and two dudes going at it. And this dude literally walked across the street in between these two motherfuckers and just went, sleep! And knocked the fucker straight the fuck out. One shot. Turned around to the other dude and said, what? And dude's just like, I don't want no bro. Literally.
My old man has knocked a cow out. A 1,500 or 1,700 pound critter.
That means that you had to
right hooked it
with 3/4 of the animal's weight in energy to knock him out.
He right hooked a cow that was damn near a ton, and he just like crack. He's like, "Go to sleep, bitch."
Sleep.
Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, "My old man is awesome." And I think I was like 13 at the time when he did this. And I looked at that and I was like, yeah, I want to be just like him. And I really hope I am. I've never had to punch a cow, but if I ever do, I hope I have that strength.
I could never punch like my dad. My dad had a weight advantage on me that I will never match.
You see, I'm
His
I- I'm
muscle
sh- I'm
really
shorter.
happened.
I'm shorter than my old man, but I have a serious shoulder advantage to him. His shoulders are about 3 inches narrower than mine, and I've got a wingspan of 6'3" at 5'8".
Yeah, you got gorilla arms, bro.
I've got knuckle dragon Neanderthal arms.
See, I have a 6 foot wingspan. Or no, sorry. I have a 6'1" wingspan at 6 foot tall.
Now I've got a 6'3" wingspan at 5'8".
Actually, the way that you can really tell that that's the truth is my bow draw is 31 inches.
That is something I will have to measure. I have never done that. Well, what I base it off of is fingertip to fingertip in a large archway that I have. The archway is 6'7" and I am just a couple of inches short of touching both sides.
Well, this archway is about 9 foot wide that I'm standing in.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got about 1.5 foot on either side.
No, you see, I've got an actual archway, the whole curve on the top of it, and it's 6'9", and I am sticking arms out. It's 6'9", and my arms touching one side and can't touch the other side is okay. Let's see, 6'9". God, now I got to do math. I'm a few inches short, but I'm literally a 6'1" or 6'3" wingspan on a 5'8" frame.
Well,
I am a knuckle dragging Neanderthal.
I'm 6 foot tall. I have 6'1", or no, sorry, 6. Yeah, about 6'1" from middle finger to middle finger wingspan.
Not from
And
middle finger to middle finger. I'm 6'3" from top of the head to bottom of the toes. I'm 5'8".
so you've got a reach advantage on me and a height advantage in a boxing match. But in a mixed martial arts match, the advantage would actually be flipped, crazy as it sounds.
No, it wouldn't, because I'm a wrestler.
I practice Wing Chun. That's my mainstay for all mixed martial arts. I also do Taekwondo, Krav Maga, karate, and I did wrestling in high school.
Krav Maga, Army combatives, and high school wrestling.
Yeah, like, yeah,
I will seriously challenge you anywhere, anytime, and I will love whether you win or I lose, or I win and you lose, whichever comes out. I would love to have a nice full-on rumble with you, and whoever taps out first is a loser.
And see, that's the other side of it. While I did practice those martial arts, and I did practiced them diligently. I was never a ring fighter. I came up fighting for my life on the street. So I don't do bouts.
Shut up, you stupid alarm clock.
I don't do bouts, especially anymore. But I tried to do a simple sparring match with a friend, and anymore, it's not so much that I can't take the punishment or I can't dish it out. It's a matter of I overextend myself according to my specific art. My forms are a lot more open, and yet I'm still fucking untouchable. If I really want to be untouchable in a fight, I'm scary good. It's just I'm scary good for all of about 15 seconds. And then I overextend in one of my forms and it holds right here. And if you know anything about right here, I got that suture that runs from right down the middle of the head.
Yeah. No.
Yep.
Okay, you know what?
And then I'm done.
We'll call it a draw. Ain't no reason to fight. It's cause anybody injury because between that and my back, I think we'd both be fucked.
See, don't get me wrong. I've done all the different mixed martial arts and all the different methods. Actually learned Shaolin style and all that shit. I just can't anymore because one thing that I do as part of my defense is this one. It's the come underneath both punches or whatever punches and whatnot, and then you come in with that understrike. And when I come in with an understrike and I'm doing that full-on right-handed uppercut, my body, you can't really see it this way, but you could see it this way. I'm back. I'm overextended this way.
Indeed.
So when my fist is out here, all of my power is coming up from this leg, but all of my pressure is right here on my core. And that's why I'm untouchable.
But you're seriously overexposed in that position.
Yeah, I'm really overexposed in that position. But in the instance that position is used, someone's almost always swinging wide. And so I've come up underneath both punches and then gave one.
Well, the thing is from the pose that you gave, I'm not going to swing wide. You're going to go right in for the middle. I'm going to barrel in like a linebacker, and I'm going to tackle you onto the ground and put you into a chokehold.
Right. Now, that's how most of the time you normally would. There's only one other way that I overextend with that, and I call it the Mulan catch because it literally looks like in the Disney cartoon version where they're sitting there doing their martial arts sparring and whatnot, and she comes around and she catches his head with the back of her ankle. I do that. Like, I put you on your ass and now I've caught you. Guess what? I'm the fucking master now, motherfucker. I learned how to do that. And when I'm doing all of this stuff, I'm not thinking. I'm just going by paint by the numbers, man. I'm just
part of me would like to try this, and part of me is scared to try it because I'm afraid I'd hurt you.
Yeah, and I'm afraid you'd hurt me too. That's what I'm on about. It's like, dude, we probably would have a lot of fucking fun.
I think if we did it in an organized competition, we'd have a shit ton of fun. If we did it all out, you die or I die, I'd hurt you.
Yeah, you'd hurt me. And at the same time, I have no doubt in my mind that I'd probably maim you for life with one particular, one or two particular shots
that is the risk.
Right. And I don't like doing that. I would never do that to my friends. Let's be clear.
No.
But on top of that, you know,
I would love to take you on an organized competition where either of us could tap out at the time of, okay, yeah, I get it, you win.
Yeah, I'd love to do that myself, but I know I can't. Don't get me wrong. My ego and my cockiness says, "Hey, motherfucker, you still got this." My body's telling me,
your body says,
"Dude, if you
no, you
stretch
don't.
like that to knock motherfucker out, guess what? You're going down too."
Yeah, no, your body's going is doing the same thing. Most of our bodies are doing, going, no.
You don't bend like that anymore.
Yeah, I used to be able to bend in certain ways that nowadays I go, yeah, my body doesn't flex that way.
My body don't like moving that direction no more. I used to be a gymnast. You know that? I was about 13 years old. I was a gymnast.
That I can see from your frame.
Yeah, I did gymnastics after I learned martial arts. They said that's great because you've got all this extra, mobility and you can do all sorts of cool shit and whatnot. So yeah, you could probably do all the gymnastics and shit. I'm like, not really, but okay. I always, whenever I do a backflip, I end up crunching my neck. I can't do a backflip.
I can't even do a bridge anymore.
I can't do that anymore either. But there's actually specific
where you used to put your feet on the ground, back on the floor, stick your neck up on the mat, and then lift your back up and bridge. I can't do that. I can't do that anymore. Roll your neck out in the bridge. I can't. If I did that, my neck would snap.
This is what we used to do for our exercises. Hey, buddy. Yeah. The invisible chair. Oh, and then you have to come up, and I can't do it anymore. That's what we had to do for the exercise so that you could actually have a core strong enough to keep you straight up and down while doing the bridge.
I can still do the invisible chair, but I can't do a neck bridge anymore.
I can't stand up from the invisible chair. I actually have to sit down to stand up.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I've got to sit down and then get back up.
I'm not the same as I once was. I'm not as good as I once was, but god damn it, I'm as good once as I ever was.
Yep.
Yeah, like I said, I used to do martial arts for self-defense, which I think at this particular juncture, looking at that same, I think it's pretty stupid. But of course, that's with what I know now. Back in the day, especially when I fought that home invasion, the feller, turns out, funny enough, he's a Golden Gloves boxer too. That's why I said what I said about Golden Gloves boxers. Yeah, they'll fuck you up.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I said that. That's with the guy who did the whole fucking shattered jaw and flipped me on my ass. That's who he was. He was a Golden Gloves boxer. Los Angeles champion. But anyways, the crazy thing was, I didn't lose the fight until I asked him if he was done. Like I basically stopped and was like, dude, I'm tired of kicking your ass.
Now I know exactly what you're saying. Like, I got it. Are you done? Crack! No, I'm not done, motherfucker.
Right. No,
And
I got tired of kicking his ass. I was like, dude, I'm going to put you in a hospital. Are you done yet? You know?
Yeah,
I don't
and then in comes that hook, and you're like, oh fuck, he's better than I thought I was.
That one hit me so freaking hard, dude. I have honestly never caught so much air doing a backflip in my life.
Oh God, I can feel that punch. Even though I wasn't there, I can feel it.
Yeah, honest to God, this is when I say that I did it. Look, dude hit me so hard that he lifted me off of my feet. I did a backflip and smacked my head on a strong box.
Yeah. No,
I want you to
I can feel that. I
That's
do
not
understand.
a joke. That's not an exaggeration. Okay? Me, Mr. 189 pounds of pure fury and fight, all there and did not have injuries at the time, capable of literally looking like Bruce Lee or Jet Li on the fucking television, right? Literally had this kind of capability. And he hooked my ass around my asshole and fucking stuck me on the floor. Yeah, I think Golden Gloves boxers got it, bro.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, like I said, I'm no slouch of a martial artist. I've studied all the different forms. I used to do it as a religion almost. I still, to this day, I still do the martial art of Wing Chun, the Bong Sa and the Wing Tsai and Wing Fong. I still do it. All of the different, the arm movements, the shoulders. Believe it or don't, when in the middle of that fight, that's basically what saved my ass because dude actually grabbed me like this. He's also a fucking wrestler, funny enough. That's what he did other than boxing. He grabbed me around my middle and had me like right around here and had my arms trapped against my sides. Looking like the cartoon Bluto and fucking Popeye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where he's sitting there like, you're not getting away from me, Popeye. And Popeye's just like, yeah. Hits him with his chin. Kind of the same idea, only I did it with my shoulders.
Well, I think I'm going to take off, man. We'll talk to you later. I think I'm going to take off.
All right, brother. Have a good night.
Bye, con Dios.
So, as you all can see, we could all do the braggarty shit all day long and have good fun on it. All just comes down to, is it bullshit or is it truth? I don't know. What say you? Because I think it's true. I mean, I lived through it, so of course I think it's true. I'm a goofball. What do I know? I do some crazy ass shit myself. Fucking light already, bitch. I'm at the point where I've stopped giving a fuck. You're gonna light, bitch. I do apologize. We are experimenting with technical defecation at the moment. So please do stand by. Oh, what does that say? Anyways, I'm pretty much at my limit. I still got tons of other stuff I can do, and I've got to do anyways. I need to get this fucking fire lit, and it's being a bitch. So it's going to continue to be a bitch, but I'll get her. It has been a blast. I've had fun. I'll be honest. Being the most sober motherfucker in a room full of drunkards. And I definitely wasn't sober. That was awesome. I love it. So yeah. Thanks for coming by, Deathclaw Jedi. Thanks for coming by, cuz. And, Tomcat and Kentucky and everybody else who came into the chat and whatnot. I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. I have been your host, Yeo Guardsman, and motherfuckers. After this 5 hours and 45 minutes, I am out. Anyways, banner be gone. End the stream.